Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Hi, Pinky. Hi, Narix. Hi, Brian. Hope you are doing good. Oh my god. Look at how chill they can be when you're just out exploring. Yeah, that's Okami, alright. Okami soundtrack is really good. Like, I listen to Okami soundtrack when I play Bloom. It's been a long struggle, but me freed the keyboard and headphones from Cat. Is Cat sleeping above the keyboard and headphones? Also, thanks for reminder, Narix. I forgot about it. But man, they are like putting out trailers. At this point, it feels like 2 days a trailer. It's insane. Oh yeah, and also I played a bunch of Pokemon last night. Sorry to say, I played until 2 a.m. It's like, oh god. I love Pokemon too much. I played until 2. I've sinned. I've sinned. Where's I got a new phone? Nice! My first really nice one, and I turned it into an emulation machine. I mean, fair enough if it's a really strong, you know. And stop playing video games at work. Yeah, I mean, strong phone made for play games. I mean, if I get a really strong phone as well, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna play a bunch of games as well. So, yeah, see. Thankfully, what I do is brain date simple, so it's doable. Ah, okay, nice. That's good to know. That's good to know. Gosh, I cannot believe King. I'm gonna put it as just, you know what? I'm gonna change the category, but I'm not gonna change the I'm not gonna change the title because I forgot about the trailer. Wait, okay, let me just change the category real quick. Gosh, I really want to play Pokemon. My Fuecoco is now Crocolo. Right? My Fuecoco is already like level 20. Yeah, that just shows how I'm very addicted. I cannot stop playing Pokemon. My Fuecoco. Now it works, Bluetooth stuff. Oh, good. Welcome back, Pinky. I want to evolve my Legiana. I want to evolve Kushana or Velcana, if that's possible. I mean, let them become their arch-tempered side. Make them become arch-tempered. Yeah. I love how now we boop Narix and Narix just sneezes. Okay, now let me just open up the trailer real quick. This must be the one. Okay, yeah. I found it. It's the King trailer. Oh my god, the thumbnail is so hot. Holy shit. Oh my god, they go all in. Goldaura, yes please. Dude, Goldaura is so good. Also, I forgot. Oh my god, I can't believe I forgot about the Monsanto Frontier. Right? Frontier. I played too much Pokemon lately. I don't even remember the simplest of things. It was a surprise for me, so stream started and Cat was blocking everything. Yeah, Frontier. I just used to browse the internet, now I'm playing tons of Castlevania. Oh, that's nice. Being able to play games. It's a good feeling, what can I say? It's really good. Let me just shrink myself. Wait till you see how fucking ripped King is. Ridiculous. Oh, is it gonna be like minus 1% body fat? I don't mind King having minus 1% body fat, I think. Dude, just the thumbnail alone, King looks so good. Oh my god. I might main King, who knows? Shit. I'm gonna main 3 characters? How am I supposed to play? It's insane! Wait, why am I gone? Why am I gone? Wait, come back, me. What? that took a lot longer than I thought. It's weird. Okay. I'm gonna put myself closer to the closer to the bold. You're a Tekken player? I heard Brian used to play a little bit, meaning a hit grapple character. Oh no. Don't judge. Don't judge. Grappler is fine. No judgy. Oh, hi McLarge. Did you watch King trailer? Now I'm watching it. Now it's here. Thank you, Narix, for reminder again. Oh boy, oh boy. What do I expect? I don't know. I never played King before. I don't know what to expect. I'm just gonna expect the maybe don't tell me King has 3-1 stance cancel again. If King has 3-1 stance cancel, I'll riot. I will riot. Everyone has 3-1 stance cancel. Hello? I mean, Armor King is waifu, right? But I don't know if Armor King is gonna come back to this game. So maybe I feel like since I play a lot of Armor King, I sincerely hope that Armor King is in this game, and also Heihachi. I feel like they're not gonna abandon Heihachi, like definitely. Yeah, Armor King is not the same, I know, but you know, King has some moves that's similar to Armor King. You know who they should bring back? Who? Ogre? Let's go. I mean, Ogre is dumb fuck busted. Get thrown, you did. You know the Wang Jinrui throw, you know, we do the back throw it and then pushes you 10 kilometers away. Yeah, that shit is broken. Where Mokujin? I miss Mokujin. I want Roger Jr. and Alex. Roger Jr. and Alex is where it's at. Hello, I want them back. I want my kangaroo Roger Jr. and or my raptor Alex. Like, please. Come on, Tekken 8. Alright, here comes King's trailer. Oh boy, oh boy. Can I get a kangaroo Sona? Kangaroo! Maybe not, honestly. I like kangaroo, but it's not... I don't like kangaroo that much that I want to make a Sona.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh shit. Yeah, oh my god. Dude, he look... Don't pause. Shit. New armor? Dick Jack? Okay, well, there goes Armor King. Goodbye. Oh! What the fuck? Bro, screw? Oh my god, they make King. They make King fucking actual grappler. They make grappler viable now. 2-1, yeah, 4-2-1. Armor. Dude, goddamn! What the fuck? I am now a King main. That is insane! How many armor moves? Holy shit! Damn. Okay, the Raisha are a little bit disappointed. Just a little bit. Because, okay, hear me out. Wait, let me process all of that. What the fuck? They actually made, like, grappler? So there's throw screw. There's armor throw. From what I've seen. Hello? Throw screw is so big? It looks good. It looks fucking great. What the fuck? I did not expect that at all. Throw screw? Pretty hyped for it. I am fucking hyped. I want to play Tekken 8 right now. Give it to me. I don't want to wait anymore, please. He stretches his old octopus hold. They give it back to him. Oh yeah, you're right. Although the impact is a bit lacking, that's why. I was like, the build-up is really good. The build-up, yeah. This one. And then the impact here is a little bit, you know, the impact here is a little bit lacking. I hope they'll give it more impact. Like, especially this part. When they go down. You know, when King goes down, it's like... Right? And then of course the fireworks show behind is really good, by the way. Also, don't mind this. I mean, I don't know why, but King trailer felt so much shorter than the others. It does feel that way, but I don't think it's any shorter. Hi, Goody Gamer. That's a really good outro, by the way. That is a really good outro. Oh! Lil Majin? Yeah, of course Lil Majin is gonna react to King. Lil Majin is the god of King. Let's watch this again, right? Dude! King is so hard! Fuck! I mean... I may be a furry, but... Fuck. Even if I'm not a furry, I would act... This would get me acting up. Like, oh! They went all out for King. Dude, that intro. They added more for the intro. King should first with pulling. I mean, you are right. Same thing you're into, guys. Honestly, I have no idea. Those nips. You're right. Those nips. Oh my god. They give him more posing for King, the intro. Woo. God. They poking holes in your screen. Hi, Ion Agenda. Armor? What is that? What is that? That is so disrespectful. Like, that armor kick right there is so disrespectful, and I love it. Like, it's armor on hit. On hit, it's Mega Plus, it feels like. And then there's Armor King's move. Sorry, let's look at this slowly. This. It's startup power crush, right? This one startup is like first frame, I think. Holy shit. Right? And then the kick, you see how low it's like, oh god, I'm down. Look at that. It's mega fucking plus. And I don't know if this is King going in trying to do another move or like is the stance cancel. Yeah, it looks to me like a stance cancel. Like King rushes in. It doesn't look like a natural. It doesn't look like a neutral move. It looks like a stance move. That one. And then this one. This is Armor King's forward neutral 2. Into this, the classic. I mean, King has that as well, and I think this is guaranteed force crouch throw. Yeah, that forces crouch. The frame is enough for you to do a ground throw. Yeah, crouching throw. What's thing 2? That's so good. I am now a King main. I am now a King main. I am now such a King main. King used to have 4 different grabs to counter punches and kicks for left and right, I think. I mean... King has 10,000 grabs. I mean, that of course is an exaggeration, but what I meant to say is King has a lot of different grabs. Command grabs, that is. But I think the most viable one is Giant Swing, Shining Wizard, and Tombstone. And also, oh, not Tombstone, Muscle Buster. Muscle Buster is 1+2, I think. Tombstone is 2. Giant Swing is 1, definitely. So the thing with grapplers in Tekken 7 or like in Tekken in general. Yeah, grabs is a mix-up. Because the one break for King and Armor King, the one break and 1+2 break both had the same animation, so it's really hard to guess. And also the CD1 CD1+4 and CD2+3 grabs, the multi-grab. So yeah. One grab that specifically counter the left punch, a different combo to counter right punch. Counter punches? And the same for kicks? I don't know about Troll countering countering punches and kicks. I think it's just Giant Swing is 10 frame. It's fast enough. If King has plus frames, then Giant Swing will always win. Yeah, it's a throw. 102% damage grab chain combo. Not anymore. Do you mean rolling Death Cradle? I mean, yeah, rolling Death Cradle doesn't kill, but it deals a lot of damage. Still does? No way. Yeah, I know it used to be a thing, but in Tekken 7, it will get patched like immediately. Do you guys remember Lars Season 2? 2-1 silent entry 2. That shit's a natural combo. It's broken as fuck, and then Lars went from not viable to S rank. It's so stupid. And then they patched it out like after a week, it got patched. It's so fast. It's the fastest patch ever. This is so good. My fuck. Throw into throw. Like 1+2. It looks like it looks like that is guaranteed. On hit on the wall, that is. Yeah, it looks like it's guaranteed. It's so guaranteed. Do you see how stunned Law is? I hope this is a new intro. That's so good. Disrespect. Back 2-1. Bound. Back 1-3. 4-1-2. And this one is new. This one. Armor into elbow? Looks like a grab? Yeah, looks like a grab. And that feels like you know what? Yeah, it's a hit grab. You know what? Paul has similar thing. And Paul looks like up for it too. You know what, when I was looking at Paul's trailer and I got very confused about that one single move. Yeah, that looks like Alpha 2 is a hit grab. Into the same thing, into heat. You know, that activates heat. So this grab here is quite interesting. You know what? Let's play it very slow. And let me open up some Tekken music. Tekken 5. No, Tekken 6 music. Who do you want to listen to? Tekken 6. Oh. Moonlit Wilderness? You want Moonlit Wilderness? Okay. I mean, it's top tier. What can I say? Oh, yeah, baby. Oh, fuck. This is true Tekken experience. Okay, let's look at this slowly, yeah? Oh, sorry, I forgot to mute this. Okay, 4-2-1 ender. Disrespect. Armor. Yeah, that looks like a Power Crush grab? A hit grab. So hit grab's a new thing in Tekken 8. It feels like looks pretty new. Yeah, all throws are breakable. All throws are breakable. Unless it's a side throw and back throw. Side throw not breakable. Back throw not breakable. All the other throws that is in front of you is breakable. Even if you're on the floor, they grab your leg. It's either 1 or 2 or 1+2. Every single throw works this way. This one is like a race drive, but now it's like this. Big boy. It's this throw again. Another throw. This one activates heat? Sidestep 3 into this? That sidestep 3 looks really good, but I don't think this is sidestep 3 anymore. I mean, King did not even sidestep. This one just rushes in, armor, kick, yeah. Punishes Death Fist 2-1. Into dash. 2-1, oh my god, 2-1 is the combo starter, I'm gonna cry. I love the armor move, it's a screw now. This one, jab into this. Whew, god, the screw! The classic shining, is that a shining wizard? I think it is. Also, this is Marduk's down for 1. This one. Marduk's down for 1. Is Marduk not in Tekken 8? Oh no. He will be missed. Rayshard. Rayshard is good. Just lacking a little bit of impact. That's my only gripe with the Rayshard. Like, everything about the build-up is beautiful. And then, doop, it's like... Do you know the meme when someone jumps into water and it's like a droplet sound? Yeah, and then... He points at you and flings his mask at you, King be stimky. I mean, King... I almost said something bad, but... yeah, King is stinky. Not sure if the combo wouldn't even be ground takeable. Seems more like a sort of Okizemi. Yeah, I mean, Tekken is all about Oki. Even like, okay, here's the misconception for Tekken. Most of the thing looks like it's like, oh my god, it's unbreakable, or like, oh my god, it's inescapable. No, most of the thing you can actually just press 1 or 2 to take roll out of it if you're on the ground. Yeah, most things can be avoided. Unless like something like guaranteed shit. Like for Heihachi you have full crouch down foot 4. That kick into 4-foot demon, 4-foot 2. Now that's guaranteed, right? I want to see more of your reaction to the King Trail, but let's check his com real quick so you can help me understand. The link, right? Okay, we'll come back to this afterwards. I still have a few things that I want to say. Uh-huh. Yeah. Yeah. Uh-huh. I think that's actually guaranteed. Because it's a side throw. So I'm not a king main from this point. It's a back throw. I don't think you can take this one. So you have to eat this side throw. Hi, Marshall. From... Let's see. The start of grappling is... Okay, after the wall break, side walk into the back. Yeah, I think this one here you might be able to get out of it, but I'm not too sure. Holding back doesn't work, definitely, because holding back you will... Oh, wait, maybe holding back works because you're gonna wake up this way, you're gonna wake up to the background because your back is facing up and then your head's facing to the foreground. So maybe, just maybe, holding back works. Just maybe, right? Since I'm not really a king main, so I have no idea. So after this, guaranteed grab on the back. This one is a side throw. Side throw... This one is not takeable, right? Because it's a side throw. And also this one. So after the race drive, these two breaks, these two throws is guaranteed, looks like. So this one I think is a very, very specific situation. It's a very, very specific situation. We can look at the comments. When King does 80% from grab strings, I stopped playing Tekken for like a week. You can break this throws, no guarantee. Doing a real match, I consider the combo. Brian stood up. I mean, not really. So maybe the back throw is takeable. Maybe after the rage drive. This one? Maybe this one is takeable. Just maybe. I cannot test it out. I don't know how to play king. But I know this one is not takeable. I know this one is not takeable. Because I've seen people get hit by this and it's not takeable. But maybe the first one is takeable. Like the leg grab after the rage drive. Maybe this one. Yeah, maybe this one is takeable. Just my observation. Look, I only play Tekken for once a month. You have to excuse me. But yeah. But then again, it's not a... I don't think it's a death combo. If this is death combo, it will be patched. So yeah, it's definitely takeable. What was that shatter effect after King smashes down? Even the wall break? This one? No? After this one? This one? If... Oh, this one. This is Rage Drive. So you can only activate this once you have Rage. And then once you do it, you will lose your Rage. Only once per round. Like if you are lower than 20% health, and then you have Rage activated, and then you can activate this. Why is King blue? Because it's a Rage Drive. It shows that it shows that King is doing Rage Drive. So we call them blue stuff. So with Rage, you have two options, right? You can do Rage Drive or Rage Art. Rage Art is like the cinematic super. You know, everyone knows that. I guess only this one is not takeable. What's the effect when you're low health? You will be glowing red and you have some sort of aura. Seen it? You have some sort of aura. This means that you're in rage. Also, the health bar will glow red. The rage system, they introduced rage system in Tekken 6 initially, I think. Didn't know what you meant by the blue thing at first. Oh, and the blue stuff, Rage Drive. This thing is the blue stuff. I was hella confused. I mean, yeah, there's a bit of a delay. I can understand. It's okay. It's okay. I've tried to explain as best I can, as best a Kobo can do, right? But yeah, I don't think it's guaranteed. If it's guaranteed, everyone will use this. What kind of grabs are not takeable? Side and air? Air. Oh yeah, air grabs are not takeable. Yeah. Side, back, air. But I don't know about grounded. So this is a unique situation. Crouch takeable. Because I hardly see anyone do this. Like after the wall break, and then people side walk to the back and then just grab the leg. This is a very specific situation. This might be takeable. This might actually be takeable. Right? This is definitely takeable. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. This is fucking takeable. If not, everyone uses this. Everyone will just do this if this is not takeable. Right? After wall break. Yeah, wall break is super easy to do. This. Like, once you hit the wall, you can just break the wall like this. Most move can break wall. Like if a move they can send opponent away, usually those move can wall break. Right? Those things. Wall break, balcony break, and then floor break is like some specific move lah. But yeah. If this is untakeable, then everyone would do this, but I don't think so. So yeah, usually people the most viable play I see most king do is just do another 2-1 into and then slam them into another wall at the back. So yeah, that is definitely takeable then. Definitely. Correct me if I'm wrong. No, since I'll be putting this to YouTube. You know, if YouTube sees this, all right, correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know. It's my observation, okay? So damage was just a leg, yeah. So yeah, that's the thing. Okay, let's watch a little bit more of this. I want to look at this render. Woo! Oh damn, the decorations! Oh dude, so much feathers, I love. And it's purple? The purple feathers? Oh my god. And then look at the jewelry. Dude, King is going all out in terms of accessories. He veiny? Yeah, very veiny. Look at this vein. Oh my god. Oh my god. Thank you, princess. Wow. You're welcome. I hope I did explain something though. Yeah, over here the veins. Whew. King's just something else at this point. Shit. That's a really good shot as well. Do you see how menacing he looks? Whoa. King looks menacing. Gonna bite. Oh, that's a really nice necklace. Look at that. Oh shit. The feathers really complements the overall design. My god, I'm going all in this as well. Shit. Yeah, that's a really good looking necklace. God, he looks so good. I love King now. I'll be a King main in Tekken 8. There's a really good intro pose as well. Okay, this kick apparently is a screw move as well. Yeah, I'm now main of 3 characters. I now main Kazuya, Paul, and King. Judging from the trailer alone, the veins on King's biceps, yeah, they go all out. 4-4 neutral 2 into this, yep. The classic. Force crouch. This one is takeable. But dude looks so good. What's thing 2? The grab screw is too good. Shining Wizard, yeah. I think this is back 1+2. Oh, I might be wrong. That's a new move, right? The classic wall combo, wall grab. The classic. Looks good. Looks very good. And I think this one is a new intro. Dude, they make King actually a wrestler. Like King now is so it feels more WWE for King now. Like if I look at Tekken 8 King, I can safely say that, oh, King is in. Yeah, I know he was always a wrestler, but it doesn't give the vibe of being an actual wrestler. Know what I mean? Like he's not as grandiose. Like he doesn't exude a wrestler. Yeah, he doesn't exude a wrestler aura, to me anyway. But now it's safe to say, yeah, King is definitely a wrestler, like 200% wrestler. So good. They went from traditional luchador to WWE showman wrestler. Oh, that makes a lot of sense, yeah. Okay, hit bound for 2-3. Back 1-3, sorry. This hit grab is something else. Hit activation. Big boy grab. God, King's grab looks so good. That looks like a trekking throw. You see what I see? Paul was sidestepping here. See that? Yeah, Paul was sidestepping, but still grabs because it tracks now. I mean, I don't know if trap used to be used to track. I think it's the 1+2 throw doesn't track, but maybe the rest do track. Screwing to grab, Marduk down for 1. Goodbye, Marduk. You're not in Tekken 8. Marduk says baba. Yeah, everything about the Raychard is good, except for the last impact. I wish they add more impact to this. I guess visually, it's already very impactful. Just the sound, I guess. Right, let's listen to it. It's just the sound, it feels like. I could be wrong. Yeah, it's a sound. It's a sound. Like, visually just now, when I look at it without sound, it looks very impactful. And then the sound is just like... right, it's a little bit weird. It's not just me, right? Yeah. Yeah. Confirmed. Might need some more impact sound, right? Might need some more impactful sound. But yeah, I'm now a king main in Tekken 8. Once Tekken 8 came out, I will try out Cass. I mean, if Heihachi is here, I would definitely play Heihachi now. You know, the old man. Did you hear? About what? I have one more clip for you. Evo 2023 is... What the fuck? Really? No fucking way. They brought back UMVC3 for Evo? Well, that's hype as fuck. Holy shit. Dude, they are trying to revive Marvel vs. Capcom? Shit. Oh, dude, that's a step towards greatness right now. They saved the announcer to the very last. A good choice. Good choice. They raided Tempa Never Sleeps? Dude, no fucking way. That's so wholesome. And he cried? Oh my god, that is actually very fucking wholesome. A week or two since it's been announced, I think. I don't know. I just heard about it. But they raided Tempa Never Sleeps. They raided him. Oh, that's so...
Why you bullying me?
I'm not bullying anyone. Hyraxes was pretty funny. I think that's very wholesome as well. Like Tempa is like the veteran of UMVC3, like for a long time as well. Like that's his livelihood. And then and then once Evo announced UMVC3 is an Evo, and then Evo raided Tempa Never Sleeps, dude. Well deserved. Fuck yeah. Well fucking deserved. He totally deserved all of this. He worked very fucking hard. Right? Hell yeah, man. That's wholesome as fuck. I love it. A clip of Mystical La Mystica. Mystico Sin Cara with his insane finisher in AAA. Oh! Isn't that Nina's throw? That's Nina's... That is Nina's rage art in Tekken 7. Just a little bit more flair. It's Nina's rage art. Oh my god, it's actually Nina's Raychart! And then breaks the hand! Oh shit! She's in iconic wrestling stuff. I cannot believe it too. Holy shit. Let's watch this again. Yeah, it is so that move. Oh hell yeah. Nina is doing La Mystica things. Warning clip a bit loud. Alright. Where's that clip? Marvel 3 gets announced at EVO. It's a main game. It's a main game? Fuck.
It's a game that's
It's not even like the side game. It's a main game.
franchises.
Three.
around
Oh.
60,
This is it, guys.
old.
I love these. Damn it! I got baited. I really got my hopes up. You kidding me?
Oh, Tenpa.
Evo throwback tournaments. The game? Just play the footage, man.
Capcom presents.
Yo.
Oh my god. It's so... God, that's so wholesome.
Baby, let's go.
This is gonna make me cry.
Marvel 3. Fuck yeah, man. Let's go.
It is also featuring the same
God, that is so wholesome though.
25K for Marvel 3.
Big shout out to
Hello.
and everybody that was still
And welcome. Gilbert, the Emily. Hi.
That's us, bro.
Thank you for the follow. Welcome in. Appreciate. I'll play Okami after a while. Max dropped in 100 gift subs. Well deserved. Very well deserved.
Can't believe this shit.
Dude, good for you, Tenpa. Holy shit.
It's because of every single one of you guys that's been supporting Marvel 3 for the past few years, even when nobody else was really playing.
Yeah, no one is playing Marvel vs. Capcom 3.
You guys kept watching.
Like because of the
All that.
mods, right? The template swap mod.
We did it together. Hope you guys are excited as I am. Every single one of you.
God,
guys
good
that's been
shit,
watching,
Tempa.
that's been playing every week.
Well deserved. Hi, Leon.
Going
Hi,
to the
Gilbert.
pages,
Hope you're doing
bro.
good.
Guys, we're
Hope
gonna
you are
get some
doing good.
fucking Marvel, bro. This is the best fucking news of my life, man. Thank you, everybody. Thank you to
Oh,
everyone that.
no.
ever
I
watched
want
Marvel,
to
ever
look at
played
it.
Marvel. I'm ready, bro.
Oh my god.
We're gonna be playing till Evo.
We'll play till Evo. Whoa.
Years of playing Marvel.
Evo Ray. Evo Ray with 5k. Hell yeah. Hey.
And making videos week after week, bro. All of us. Bro, I don't know if Pokimane had a say in it, but I'm about to be a Pokimane tier 3 sub. 25k prize pool for Marvel. One of the homies,
25k, it's not a small
somebody that's been
amount. It's
putting in hard work
huge.
Playing the game. I'm ass at the game, but somebody that's good at the game is gonna make it, bro. I'm just so happy for everybody that plays Marvel. It wasn't for nothing, man. Everybody better come back. Outside of Street Fighter 6, this better be the most played game at fucking Evo, bro. Just so happy, bro.
Well deserved. Fuck yeah, dude.
Nah, these aren't sad tears, I promise. These are the happiest fucking tears I've ever cried in my fucking life, bro.
It's so wholesome. God.
much.
Yeah, well deserved. Tempa never sleeps. Good gods, man. That was great. It was blubbering for like 30 minutes after the. Of course, that's like his livelihood. Being announced on Evo. Bug. Holy shit, dude. Good for him. Holy shit. Oh fuck yeah, dude. I'm happy for him. Dude, well deserved. Sorry for Mac's point of view, actually. Oh, I actually didn't know about that, but I did hear about Temper Never Sleep. It's like the what do you call it? The center point of like Ultimate Marvel versus Capcom 3. It's like he's the pole. Fucking was like, oh, actually, I need to be right back right before UMVC Trios. He was a spokesman for it. Oh my god. God, Max. How are you? I'm doing good, Gilbert. Thank you. I hope you're doing good too. Very quick look up. Tilt a world head scissor take down. That's Isn't this just La Mystica just now? I don't want to watch the short. Why do you put it short? Is actually doing it? Oh, that's actually pretty cool. Hell yeah. Let's go like 3 or 4 down, extreme.
Pero también esto que tiene bien hecho. ¡Qué manera! Suspendiéndose. Así, espectacular. Nadie como Mascarita.
Oh, nice. Dude.
Pero también esto que tiene bien hecho. ¡Qué manera!
Oh, that's insane. Yeah, he's all dizzy, of course. I feel dizzy after watching this. Dude, good stuff. Yo, besides finding the stream, I have to go though before I lose a little bit of sleep I can get. But I'll try to make it to your streams when I can. Oh, Gilbert, appreciate that. But please have a good rest, alright? Sleep, very important. Go sleep, rest. I say before La Mystica is the aforementioned takedown into an arm lock. Yeah, I mean, it's a reference, right? I get it. It's a good looking one too, hell yeah. I assume these two is the same one. Look at this, it's the same thing. Oh wait, it's a chat wrestling vote. Isn't that the one that showed just now? Yeah, chat wrestling vote. Yo, boom. La Mystica. I know the ref is different. I mean, Nina is doing it based off of like very close to this one, and also the one that I just looked at. Albeit this one is very extreme. This one is extreme. And look at that. This one is extreme. And then throwing him outside the ring too. Oh, this one is great. Actually, guys, a little bit of a derail. Chop sway, but everything is table. This one is really good. Listen to it. Chop sway, but everything is a table. Table. But yeah, it feels like it finally, like after so long, fighting game has been so... You know, fighting game has been such a downer. Like, it's not like really downer, but like... Fighting game has been the same-ish, without much improvement for the past few years. It's kind of sad. And then this year is like the golden era of fighting games once more. You know, Tekken 8 announced. Street Fighter 6 looking... It's... The Street Fighter 6 is like Capcom high-budget fighting game. Like, finally, they're back. Right? Capcom is actually using their budget, taking their time, hiring a lot of very skilled individual to make Street Fighter 6 look as good as this. Street Fighter 6 looks insanely good. It's high budget and I love it. Like, finally, it's a good step towards fighting game in general, and I love it. And then you have Tekken 8. Like, Tekken 7 has been here for how long? For a long time already. Like, Tekken 7 has been like just a little bit of update, you know, season 1, season 2, season 3, season 3.5, and then season 4. Like, yeah. It's like, finally, man. This year is the golden era of fighting games, and I'm so happy for it. Like, just from the announcement alone, it's good enough. And then EMVC3 is in EVO. I'm hyped as fuck, man. I cannot wait to watch EVO. Shit. I want to watch Tekken. I want to watch Tekken tournaments, and then I want to watch what? There's King of Fighters 15. King of Fighters 15. I don't know if anyone's gonna use King of Dinosaurs though, but it's fine. But maybe not King of Fighters 15. But definitely UMVC3 is definitely in my book, and I want to watch it. That game is hype as fuck. Right? I cannot downplay it. UMVC3 is hype. Like, high level play, hype. Do you know who that Golf Yor is from? From Elder Scrolls? MVCI dumpster trash. Well, the thing is, actually, I mean, I would argue that MVCI is fun. Right, MVCI is fun. There's a lot of like fun stuff you can do in MVCI, but it's just, gosh, the online is trash. The story is trash. The offline is trash. It's like, it's so bad. But the gameplay is good as fuck. Gameplay is so good. But everything else just falls under, like, it's so lackluster. Yeah, the copy-pasted characters are one. The graphics actually looks worse than UNVC3. Like, insane. It looks terrible. And everyone is so soulless in that game. It's so bad. Yeah, I mean, arguably, you could say that, yeah. I still wish it wouldn't have failed as hard as it did. Yeah, same, me too, honestly. But man, it interested me, then it becomes shit show. That's the thing. I watched people play it, the gameplay is hype. Like when Sigma dropped, Sigma's voice actor is just going all out, man. Sigma revived the player base a little bit. And then the game dies again. Like, honestly, yeah, Monster Hunter as well, yeah. Monster Hunter is really good. I forgot about Monster Hunter. But yeah, Monster Hunter and Sigma, yeah, that revives the player base a little bit. But it's just because the functionality of the game is so terrible. And the game in general is just bad. And they're using gameplay alone to back it up. I mean, gameplay is good, but it's just not enough. Because like, as spectator, I would want to watch something that actually looks good, right? Hi, Crip. And then we have models to bring in MVCI characters at EMVC3. Yeah, it performs way better. It's so stupid, but I'm so happy for it. Too bad UMVC3 online trash. UMVC3 online is so terrible though. It's okay. You know what? UMVC3, still a very nice game. Way better than MVCI, definitely. Also, I hope you're doing good, Crib. It's been a while. Alright, you know what? Let's talk about let's talk about all of these. At the same time, let me just open up Okami, yeah? I'm supposed to be playing White Aimbrush Dogo game and it's been an hour. Sorry, King just got me too hyped up, yeah? Look, King is too good, I'm not gonna lie. I love King. King's great. King is heckin' great. I am now a King main. I love King now. My PC's dying, help. Unrated side note, ref sheets at final stages. Yes! I want to boop Baruki. I want to boop Baruki, please. An extremely intentionally small teaser? Sure. I love playing UMVC3. Yeah, it's such a good game. I would love to play it someday, but like, it's just because the online is kinda bad, so I didn't play it as much. You're into the funny UMVC3 game that kinda has to do with the funny brush wolf, so not too far off. Oh, true though. UMVC3, guess who I main? Rocket Raccoon Okami. Of course, it's 2 characters. Why did I receive the gift? Oh, oh my god, there's so much blue. I mean, if only the picture would be better, but still, I love this one already. Look, I know it's intentional, alright? I get it. Extremely small teaser. I see what you mean there. Yeah, it looks very good. I mean, I just like the blue glow a lot. Maybe I just like glowy stuff. I'm a kobold, alright? Give me shiny, I'll love you. And also dragons, I'll love you too. Look, what is this? Whoa, you go, big guy. Dear streamer, wish to play this game with you. You already own the Steam Deck, now you own this game. Yeah, I own the Steam Deck now. I've been playing Pokemon Scarlet last night until 2. I've sinned. I love Koraidon too much. I'm sorry. Thank you, Leon. I heard that you can put custom models in this game. I heard anyway. Oh, at least I see some people doing it. Probably gonna need a lot of work. Because this game is like top down, it's not necessarily 3D model. I don't know. But thank you, Leon, you're the best. I'm gonna accept this gift. Hehe. Yeah, you're also incredibly generous. I know, shit. I don't know if I deserve this though, but thank you. Sorry, let me look at this a little bit more. It's so small. It's in final stages, god. Sorry, I just really love the glowy bits. I bought the Bezos BGM. Oh, for Monster Hunter Rise? Yeah, I did. I mean, it's worth the money. I like it. But it's been a while since I last played Monster Hunter Rise. Look, I have a bunch of games I want to play lately. Skyrim, Pokemon, Tetris 99. Oh dude, I love Tetris 99. It's so good. I'm level 2. I'm level 2 on Tetris 99. Oh, Leon, did you add me? Oh shit, my Switch is downstairs. Captain. Okay, let's open up Okami. Thanks again, Leon. Oh my god, what? Wow. That looks cute. Oh. I don't know why I suddenly crave fruit tea. No, I have a crave for fruit tea. What the hell? I didn't know I can suddenly have a crave like this. Update on the cat situation. Me gave out on the keyboard, now on phone. Oh, it's okay. Kitty cute.
Okami.
You see blue Valstrax, what element do you think he is? Baruki? Baruki is most likely... But there's a Jet Boy. Is a Jet Boy dragon element? Can it be blue flame dragon element or fire? Yeah, it still gives dragon blight. Looks like fire to me. You know, like the blue flame. I forgot what I'm trying to do. You seem really eager to help her. Well, I couldn't say no to those two either. But we can't let our dog down. I mean, who knows? Oh my god, I remember why I hate Ishun so much. Ishun is so thirsty, oh my god. Up to no good, then we should get our hands on those fox rods before they do. Oh yeah, we were talking about fox rods. That's the intention. So Baruki is fire element? Ooh. I'm a dog. I'm a dog. I'm a dog. I should read the journal. What does the priestess want us to do again? I don't even know. Foxtrots. Oh, it's the treasure. Until new moon rises in the night sky, in the shadows where the ship ran aground, called the Lunar Lagoon, the tide only recedes when the new moon is seen from the moon turret. When the tide's out, it's easy to get into the treasure ship. So I need to wait until the nighttime on the shipwreck, and I have to draw the moon again. Session friend request. Can inflict fire blight. Ooh. Kitty. Oh yeah, there's water dragon. I need to look at the water dragon, please. I have huge need. I'm still surprised by how big this game is. Like, really big. Oh. Oh yeah. I forgot to fight you. Is it not this one? Not cut. Izuma drop where? I don't have reflector equipped. Okay. I mean, I do love Izuma drop. There. I'm driving and watching. Leon, please don't. Leon, drive, don't watch. I mean, you can listen, but don't watch, please. Oh god, I didn't mean to cut it twice. Too late, meow. You're gonna be exploding. You're gonna be exploding kitten. Exploding kitten. Don't type, Leon. Don't type. don't look at me. Look at the road. Look at the road. Where on earth has my little Inaba gone? You haven't seen him around anywhere, have you, pup? No. I don't see a dog. Is there a dojo? Oh shit.
At stargazing, Leon, no, really, please, don't. You're commanding tons of fast-moving metal stuff, maybe near other people as well, who would also be in danger due to watching and driving. That is not a joke.
It's not a joke. Yeah, it's not. Oh shit. You wanna hit me? What? I'm gonna cut you. It's pretty brutal for splitting an enemy into half. I mean, it's Okami. They're just demons. They'll be fine. They can revive again. Oh yeah. Oh wait, that's the sunken ship, isn't it? Yeah, this is a sunken ship. Moon turret, I assume, is that thing? Maybe? I mean, it's almost nighttime, so I can draw a new moon. They don't sell golden powder anymore, don't they? Huh, they have the same thing there. Oh. Wonder what this is. Oh, there's a treasure up there. Next golden powder is the next act of the game, I'm pretty sure. Oh, okay. Dojo. Is it just me, or does this place seem desperate for customers? I mean, I don't know. The dojo is in the middle of the ocean. Hi. Look who's here. Greetings, my little wolf friend. Huh? Hey, Grams, what are you doing here? I am as elusive as my fighting skills, friend. Be it a lone isle among the waves or the most frigid mountain peak. I forge a warrior's path throughout the land. And what has brought you here? Do you once again seek my tutelage in the fighting arts? Yeah. Digging Cham. Become the ultimate digger. Digging terrains that was impossible for. Oh my god, yeah! You know this game is Okami? I don't know. I think it is. It could be. Onigiri Sensei. Yeah, Onigiri Sensei is pretty cool. So you once again choose to try your hand at the fighting arts? I suppose I have no choice. I'll do as you wished and allow you to enroll in my dojo. But I must warn you, I won't hold back this time. Ah! Oh! There it is. Cool beans. Wow! Are you mentally prepared to handle the ultimate challenge? Step inside and to test your might. I don't know how to talk anymore. Help! Bonk. I love Onigiri Sensei. Let the lessons begin! Digging Cham. Take these tips to heart and remember them as we train. Calm your soul and press triangle repeatedly over the ground. Focus intently and you can dig in places where you couldn't before. Then just keep on digging. Do you understand the explanation? I think so. I'll grant you this technique scroll. Check it when you forget what it means to be a warrior. Thank you, Onigiri. Understand it with your body as well as your mind. On guard! Are you gonna... Oh, hey! Give me something good. Oh, I can dig stone now. That's enough for now? Very impressive. You've shown me a warrior spirit. You must neglect that spirit. Train every day and keep it strong. You may go now. Show those foul creatures the true nature of the warrior by digging on them. Oh, thank you. Bonk. Cannot dig here? Had enough? I literally had nothing to dig here. Thank you, thank you. Now I can dig stone. Amy's so strong. There's one more, right? I see you're still here, my lupine people. Do you wish to delve further into the fighting arts? 3 different voices, by the way. Oh! Oh my god, there's so much. If equip reflectors as a main and sub weapon to increase attack power. Oh! If you master Golden Fury, add insult to injury with this. Brown Rage? Is Brown Rage gonna be shit? Oh my god. That's 2 million. How the fuck am I supposed to get 2 million? This game, I swear to god. Welling Mirror, methinks that was my favorite. Ooh. Yeah, I mean, I do love reflectors. Spirit Arm again. Spirit Storm, for the increased sorcerer's attack rate. Oh! 5 wins. Holy Eagle. Oh, double jump, yeah. Thank you, Onigiri Sensei. Double jump is very important. Of course, it's a very important traversing tool. I mean, being able to reach higher vertically is always nice. Holy Eagle. First press X to soar towards the heavens, then press in the air. You will kick off in the air itself, jumping to new heights. The longer and harder you press the higher you go. Do you understand? Yeah, thank you, Onigiri Sensei. You're the best. Whoa. I did it. I have to skip this. Oh. Oh, that's a really high. I need it. No, I didn't take the 3. I'm upset. I didn't take the 3. Can I change weapon here? I wanna try if I can do the UMVC3 bread and butter. It was this into this. No, it cannot. This into this. It'll be too much. If I can do airborne this into this. Oh, is it this into the other one? Yeah, no. Okay, nah. I mean, to be fair, this is not UMVC3. Alright, here we go. Alright, thank you. Oh, sorry. I pray they never forget that. He mentioned something about Luna turret. This dojo is OP. Imagine if all mechanics like that. I mean, it's his dojo. I'm sure he's like very well prepared. 5 wins. So he once again chose to try. Okay. I'm going in, thank you. Give me your techniques. Henshin. Henshin. Henshin.
Why you bullying me?
Who? I'm not bullying anyone, hello? Airbnb, how much? Wait. Ow. Wait until Leon is ready because Leon is still driving. But I heard one people is 160. First, press to begin the attack. Press square rapidly in succession. Time it well. Repeat until you can connect 5 consecutive hits in a combo. This combo makes short work of enemies and looks good too. Hell yeah. Strong and stylish? How many people can fit? I'm not Leon. I don't know. I'm gonna ask Leon afterwards, alright? Uncapped. I don't know because I'm not the one booking it. I have... Hello? Are you hearing yourself? You bitch. What's wrong with you? Get out of it. Oh. Okay. We're going for Airbnb. Leon says it's somewhere that's very close to Hotel Armada. I haven't asked the detail, Roxas, okay? Because I haven't confirmed yet. Yeah, firm planning. How much you brought Switch? I bought the OLED. And then I bought a few games. I mean, OLED itself is like 1300. Expensive? Did you check market price? Market price is almost the same, isn't it? 13 ringgit, 1300 ringgit, but I think it's like okay-ish. 1.1k on offer? Do you mean shopping online? I mean, I did bought it on the Max Games outlet. Whichever cheaper. I mean, honestly, I'd rather shop in a nearby outlet so that I can just have the... Like, I can look at it and I can buy it and I can immediately have it. I mean, I already bought it. It's not like I can change anything now. Spirit Armageddon, three shields. Should I even... You know, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do 2 reflectors. Yeah! Return and buy for cheaper. If I return and buy for cheaper, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna waste more money. Because if I return, I cannot return for full price. I'm pretty sure anyway. I bought it! There's nothing else I can do! What do you mean? Please. You little shit, Roxas. You little shit. I bought it. It's fine. Sudan give you phone. I think 1300 is not that. 1300 is not that expensive. for OLED Switch, I don't think it's that expensive to a point where I got robbed. Equip reflectors as both main and sub weapons for this technique. Both reflectors will undergo an increase in power. The whirling mirror's combination of offense and defense trashes fools. Yeah, I do understand that. Yeah, let's have 2. Can I do ink bullet here? No? Okay. What? Do you have anything like, is there any deal.com but for hardware? Huh? Not really. I don't think so anyway. But seriously though, is 1300 a lot? But then I checked the market price on Shopee is like similar. Here, let me go check it out. Shopee. I mean, Shopee is like the best way to check it, I think. Shopee Nintendo Switch OLED price. $1,300. 1100. Oh, refurbished. Oh, 1100 is refurbished. Cheapest 1400. You lie. Oh yeah, I should show this here. Yeah, I mean the price all looks almost the same to me. And these are like, I need to wait for them to come here as well. Refurbished is decent or should be, true. But honestly, if I were to go for like consoles, I'd rather get a completely new one. Like, not saying refurbished is bad, but like, you know, I would love to have my own. $249, how much is that? 249 SGD. Oh, that's very... OLED ah. Oh, you buy OLED for only 800. Wow, that's really good. So maybe I did get robbed. Oh, light ah. Okay. I mean, light is around that price, I think. Should be anyway. Yeah. See, should be around that price. Yeah. Console official Max Soft. What? Coral? Turquoise? Yellow? Smash? Why are you smashing, Pinky? Smash me instead. Wait, no. But yeah, I think the price is not too far off. Okay, I mean, yeah, it's not that much of a difference. I did not get robbed lah. Ayo, 1300 is almost... It's market price. It's market price. I think I did not get robbed. No. Everything's fine. Ooh, can I use these? Minimum spend 2.5k. Excuse fucking me. 2.5k, you give me 20% 20 ringgit off. I mean, sure. Better than nothing. I think the next thing I want to buy is probably this one. Pokemon Legend of Arceus. But then I do want to play Mad Dad Red and also Cadence of Hyrule. Okay lah, I did not get robbed lah. It's fine lah. It's fine lah. DBS was giving out a promo for free OLED. DBS? Are they having some sort of event? Maybe a promotional event? Gu Huo Niao. No? No? Was a promo to reach for credit card and spend 600 in that month? 600? Oh, that's a lot though. All in SG is 500 plus. BF asked me to just register and then say. I told you I don't qualify for it. All in she's like 500 plus. Yeah, sounds about right, honestly. Sounds about right. Monkey. Monkey. Now I can dig this one. Not to mention having a new credit card. Yeah, having a needing to get a new credit card might be a little bit huge. And I think it's a huge hassle. Or to me anyway, feels like. I don't know, I don't have a credit card of my own. I'm gonna be so in-depth. I'm gonna be so in-depth if I have a credit card. But I'm not ready. I should go to the shipwreck now, right? Let's draw a new moon. What? Oh, I have to... Alright, let's kick you. Get kicked! Got him! Check the balance before and after each purchase. If it costs money or too much time to check, just calculate it instead. I mean, yeah, true. The dawn of a new moon? What does that even mean? So I have to draw on the lunar turret? Is that it? I have to draw on that one? Oh shit. Oh, that reminds me. I should have saved money to buy Street Fighter 6. I can already pre-purchase it. Crap. I should have saved money for it. What, Amy, you wanna climb up this tower? I bet there'll be a fine view from up there. But you'll probably just bang your head on the ceiling if you tried. That wall jump of yours. Oh, maybe you could do it if you just tried hard enough. What do you think? Gonna try your hardest? I did it. Wow, what a nice view. Too bad it's spoiled by that sunken ship. Sorry looking thing, ain't it? Hey look! What's that strange panel on the bottom of the sea? Looks like a huge crescent moon or something. It's shaped too perfectly to be a coral reef. Hey, what was it that Busty... Oh my god. Something about the moon turret? Wonder if she meant this thing. No, what was it she said? Yeah, I need to draw a moon here. But if you're that sure you can control your spending, then it's probably better not to have it. Yeah, true. I don't think I have the control. I don't think I have my own control to save. Like, I don't think I have control. Like, I'm too much of a kobold and gremlin to control myself. Do you see how much impulse buying I'm doing lately? Pokemon Scarlet being one. And then the biggest impulse buying I had was the Adin Dakimakura. Holy smokes! That's not something you see every day. Wonder if it's safe to walk on that lagoon. Probably. Going in. Ooh. That's a big clam. What me I never understood is how people can be safe with debit, but endanger with credit. Debit only protects from spending more than you actually have. Yeah. But I feel like in a pinch, credit card can help a lot. In a pinch, that is. Like debit is like if you literally have no money in your debit, then it's like, yeah, that's a life or death situation. It's like, oh god. So yeah, that's how I feel anyway. Alright, going in. I'm liking this double jump. That door looks cursed. I love how Amy looks a little bit derp. Amy actually looks so derp in this. I can't relate. Because I'm pretty sure I look like this as well most of the time. Just mouth half open, is no thoughts, head empty. They probably sealed it out like that to keep looters out. But I've never seen such a sinister looking curse before. I sure hope this whole ship isn't one big curse. At any rate, this puppy ain't gonna be easy to dispel. Oh, hi, Amaterasu! The music? Uh-oh. There it is. Oh no! Ishun, I swear to god. You're here already, both of you. What's the Malaysian credit system like? Over here, spending credit responsibly gives you some sort of a trust advantage with some stuff. I think probably similar, since I never have a credit card myself, so I can't really explain how it works. Sorry. Sorry, I'm late. My political duties delayed me. This is the treasure ship you were talking about? Yeah, this is where the Fox Rod's queen Himiko was looking for. It was sunk by the water dragon, and now it's filled with monsters. But my holy powers can easily deal with a few dozen monsters. There's nothing to worry about, let's go in. That's all fine and dandy, but what about this cursed door here? Was it sealed up like that to keep looters out? Or maybe it's the curse of those who died when the water dragon sunk their ship. That thing's just seething with an intensely evil power. So that's a cursed door to stop anyone from getting through. I see. That's a neat trick. Maybe it's Waka. You never know. Waka is now the villain. You got that right. We better find another way in. Can you dispel it? Huh? It's time we join forces, Amaterasu. There'll be more barriers sealed by magic as we get further inside. When we come to them, I'll use a prayer slip to break the seal. Whoa, she good. So if you don't mind. Oh. Alright, we have the pushy number 2. So, Amaterasu, handling the prayer slips is my affair, but I would like your assistance in targeting. Don't worry, what I ask is not difficult. You know how to manipulate the brush of the gods, I believe? Use their power to guide the prayer slate from my hand to its target. So let's practice on the curse barring door, shall we? So like this, into that one. Oh, fantastic, fantastic. As long as I have my prayer slips, there's nothing to be afraid of. Not even monsters. Enough practice now. Great treasure awaits. Let's go find the foxrots. Oh, you mean monsters like that one? That's a little ghosty goo. Whoa, they are unaffected. Uh-oh. You know what they say, careful to draw win. Careful. Stink. That's a lot of treasures. Oh, just look at those treasure chests. We're gonna be millionaires even before you find those foxrots. Are you sure about that? I'm pretty sure those are enemies. Like, have you heard of mimics, Ishin? I mean, sure, this is not medieval era, but still. Mimics still exist. Hi. I hate you. Oh. They are looking at me. Oh, I hate that. Ay, tipo mama. Oh. Okay, okay. Okay, you fuck. Alright. I was like, why is this one half open? You fuck. Oh, it explodes, okay. I'm on fire? Are you a mimic? Oh. Narek's a mimic. Are you gonna be... I have trust issues now! One is enough to make me have trust issues. Whoa, what are you? Oh shit. Yeah, don't worry about it. I don't know what's going on, but don't worry about it. Glass cannon build is going great. Is it though? I'm gonna die. Oh, I might need that. Can I double jump into war jump? It's a no on that one. Can I just ignore that? Hey! What the fuck? What the fucking shit? Oh, mama. Oh, this bitch is scary. Is this a horror goddamn game? Shit's so scary, man. It's on my goddamn screen. Huh. Bomb? When in doubt, bomb? Oh shit. Oh god, they're strong. Oh.
Crab, 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 crab.
Can I heal? I healed. I cheated. What am I looking at? Oh, did I kill them? Huh? Why are you doing that? Crab, crab, crab. This game is actually spooky. Of course, the Peter Pan bones. I mean, it's instinct. It's instinct at this point. Can I just cut them? No? Can I just bomb them? Bomb? Or maybe it's just like... Maybe not. Oh, hey! Whoa! This is so good. Isn't it beautiful? Even a ship doomed by the water dragon can enjoy the starlight. But it only looks like this inside the ship when there's a new moon. As soon as the sun comes out, cold seawater floods the ship again. Yes, the ship has suffered a cruel fate. Oh. So what? I had to keep drawing the moon and not let it be the sun? Shiny? Whoa, check this out, this thing's huge. Looks like a humongous balance scale or something. Wonder what it was used for. It got weight on one side. That's why I call it unbalanced balance. What, I need to add something there? Huh. I cannot go to the other side now. There must be something about these bones. I mean, I feel like if I draw a sun there, I'm gonna die? That's why it has this? Because if I draw the sun out, it's just gonna flood the ship. The bow-shaped moon drops tears on the rotten ship. It only looks like this inside the ship when there's a new moon. As soon as the sun comes out cold, see, yeah. Do I draw a sun? I'm gonna die. Oh shit. Well, I did it. That's impossible. It can't be daybreak yet. Surely this can't be. You didn't do this, did you, Amaterasu? Your powers can control the very movement of the heavens? Yeah. So, it now has sea water? What does it even do? What? Whoa! Help! Hey, what the fuck? Do you like water? Help. Do I just bomb it? Or do I put the prayer beads? No? Oh, what? What'd they do? Oh, do I need to let you hit the barrel? No? Oh. I did something. Do I cut you? Maybe I can try the slip. Oh, I did something. Oh, I got rid of the armor. You got him. Pew 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 pew. Pew pew pew. I don't have ink bullet. See how different the game is for someone who doesn't spam the brush stuff? Oh, welcome back, Leon. Yeah. Hyrule Warrior?
I've sent friend request on your Steam Deck UWU.
Okay, I'll get my Steam Deck after I stream this one. Can I just play Pokemon Scarlet? Fuck, no, I'm addicted. Shit. Though my first encounter I didn't really spam it either. I forgot what I did do to get the armor off, to be honest. I don't even know what I did. The armor just comes off. Machine gun dead to death after that. You mean ink bullet? Yeah, I started. I took a bunch of pictures. It's on my Switch. I don't know how to send pictures from Switch to my PC. Is it possible? Oh, Rosary sub-weapon. Oh, okay. I took a bunch of pictures of my Fue Coco and my Koraidon. Koraidon is so adorable. My god. My Fuecoco is like already level 20, and Fuecoco is now already Crocolo. What do I do here? What do I even do? No fire? No fire? Oh, are these gunfire? Do you like ghost fire? I think most of my game on Switch consists mostly of warrior games. Oh, scan QR code with phone, connect to network, download photos, send to self via Telegram. Wait, Telegram can send to self? I thought the send to self only available for Messenger. Oh, can I go there? Use my Telegram to send yourself time reminders. Whoa. Actually didn't know that. Because I always been using Facebook to send things to myself. Like links, Twitter stuff, pictures, videos, everything. Discord can also send things to yourself? I didn't know that. I thought only Facebook can. Oh shit. Dude, I'm bad. I should go back. Oh, Discord is your own server. I have a private server for that. Oh. What if I do that on my own server? On this particular server? What are you guys gonna feel about that? If I suddenly send pictures, like, what is that? Like, why is there picture on this server, huh? Ugh, I really don't like the doll. Bomb? It should probably really be its own server for stuff you want for only self. Myriad of options to see channels you don't have the roles for. Yeah, private channel. I have a private channel that you guys cannot see. I have like a private channel that only I can see. I'm pretty sure anyway. Probably all the naughty stuff. No, it's just a place where I use for my when I use for Discord, the PNG. I mean, I don't want to put naughty stuff on my Discord server. Like, even if it's private, who knows? People might just be like, "I'm a hacker, man," and then just like, "Hey, I'm gonna hack some pictures." Whoa! Is it going down? Oh shit! Can I control it? Oh. Can you shoot in the water? Oh! It shoot in the water! I'm gonna die! I would test if I could crack it if it weren't forbidden. No, it's forbidden. Nice. Like the feet pics. Oh my god. I'm 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 really not into feet pics. Oh, I'm not really into feet, I think. Yeah, I'm not. I'm pretty sure I'm not anyway. But then again, wait, maybe wait, it reminds me of one picture. You know what? Let me search it up real quick. Yeah, paws are great. But like there's one, I mean, raptor feet is what I love the most. But there's and then also like lizard folk in Divinity Original Sin 2. Those feet is really good. Let's see. What is it called? Oh, Dark Star Lord. In this night, Dark Star Lord has some feet there. Look at that. Look at this. Yeah, I might have something to do with Yeah, well, this one looks really good though. Like, shit. Oh, dude. Yeah, talons. Talons, reptilian feet. Still not really feet, but they are like part of feet, isn't it? Like part of the subgenre of feet category. The 5 feet. In real life feet? Oh, no. No. No, I'm only into paws and claws and reptile feet. Not human feet. You know I hate human feet so much that I like to download the new Argonian feet to just replace all the human feet. Yeah, I guess I don't. Talons are real feet. They are like subgenre of feet, I believe. Can I say that? The subgenre of feet. I should moisturize. Not human, but in real life stuff. How did you define what is the base for feet? Flat foot with 5 toes? Flat foot with 5 toes, maybe? I mean, it's like plantigrade leg. I mean, if it's like digitigrade legs, plantigrade with 5 digits, something like that. Digitigrade legs is really good looking. Like, I will always prefer digitigrade legs over plantigrade. Yeah, I mean, Dark Star is really good feet. I mean, the head is just like very generic, like very okay-ish. But the feet though, I saw the feet, it's like, oh shit! Like the feet in game. Is there an in-game shot? This one just not the feet. But yeah, Dark Star Lord has good feet. Maybe I'm into feet. I don't know. Maybe I actually into feet. I don't even know anymore. I have to go. Have fun. Alright, have fun, goodie gamer. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate. What do I even do? I also should go for lunch. Hello? Apa masa sekarang? Apa masa sekarang? Apa kamu buat? Sekarang 27 petang. Wow, have good lunch, Narix. Okami. Pergi makan. Go eat. Very good. Oh, hey, man. I can't. The camera angle sucks. What is this? Thank you. Droxy mummy. I cannot believe. Oh. Digigrade plus big toes equals better than planting weight in pretty much everything. I can quite right. Whoa! I don't know, man. I don't think I'm qualified to be a mummy yet. I mean, I can hardly. Woo! Oh my god! I can hardly like self-sustain. What is that? Do I have to fight the hen? Do you like that? Oh, that's a big hand. Oh my god. Ugh, I hate it. Oh my god, I'm sorry. Time to run. What did I do wrong to you? Come on, man. Why are you piecing out? Why did they peace out? They're just like, peace. I love that. Peace. Wait, shouldn't I cut that thing off? Over there. This one. I guess I should. Yeah. Then do I push it down? I mean, it's there. I guess I can just push it down. Yeah, let me go back. That was not an accurate cut. Well, I did try my best. Uh-oh, camera. No! No! Oh, that's not horror, that's funny. Uh-oh. Huh? Do you not want to go down? Yee! Do I have to? Okay, fine. Okay. Oh. Nice. Ooh, I absolutely hate that thing. Oh my god. You know what to do, Mommy Tim. Since when? Oh my god. Since when? I don't know. Oh, the double jump is super handy. Camera, please. Peace out. I mean, I guess I should be happy, you know, being... Alright, back here. Oh! Do I need to make it moon again? I mean, probably to remove the water. Damn, look at that. Can I kill the thing now? Oh my god. Oh, okay, nope, nope, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. Uh-oh. Oh yeah, the key! Dying out of combat. Most likely. Here's a key. It's gone. Oh, okay. Why am I stuck? Why am I stuck? What is that on the screen? Oh, it's Orochi! Oh my god, I love you. Hi. I cannot move. Sorry. Uh-oh. Hi. Can you not? I mean, I like how you look, but since when you're here, can you do that again? How did you catch up to me? Oh, it's gonna be one mimic. Why is that tree bright colored, tree dull colored? Never noticed that this likely counts as a proper Angyon? I mean, that works, right? Lucky mallet? Oh! What is this? Finally, something interesting. Wait, this is Lucky mallet. Is this what you were looking for? It can shrink people down until they become so small that they can pass through the eye of a needle. Certainly a tool with such powers is a great treasure, but it doesn't provide an answer to Queen Himiko's prayer for peace. Someone else mentioned of someone eye of a needle lately. Oh yeah, it was that half-baked prophet Waka back in Seian City. Remember, he said something like, even the most solid defense is a tiny gap like the eye of a needle. Wonder what kind of place he was talking about. I think I know what. I think I know where it is. Amaterasu, it seems that what I was looking for isn't on the ship. Unfortunately, we must leave without it. Cheer up. The ocean's a big place. You'll find what you want somewhere. That may be so, but going into the ocean now is suicide. Well, as long as the water dragon is still about, that is. Nobody can shut up about that thing. It's a dragon, Ishun. I'll shut you up for talking shit about the water dragon. You'd think the water dragon ruled Hiroshima coast or something. Well, don't forget we have Boss Amy here with us. Let's go think things over back in the city. I'm sick of the ship. No, I'm not ready yet. Oh. Okay, the bright one is bad. Yeah, it gives money only. Oh my god! Okay. New. Oh, nice. Yep, I figured. Little shit. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on you. Fool me 3 times, shame on you. Nice, I healed up. Easy. Okay, all good, all good. Oh, nice. Wait, not nice, we're still inside. Oh, okay, okay. The dog pedaled me. Huh? Can't you swim any faster, Amaterasu? Huh? Oh, it's a dragon! Amy's a wolf, not a speedboat. Amy's tired, don't bully. Oh, I get it. You wanna go to the bathroom, right? What? Oh my god, Ishun. I hate Ishun now. Ishun, you're too thirsty. You don't understand. This swelling of wave is a sign that it's coming. Oh, there it is. The dragon. We'll be helpless if we're attacked here. Here we go again. If it is that water dragon, was it? If it is, we'll take care of the beast in a jiffy. He'll regret the day it messed with us. Sure, sure. Hi. Whoa! I mean, you look kinda creepy, but I still like you. Oh, it's a noodle derg. Where did the thing come from? Oh, whoa! Look at her go! Holy shit! Oh, dude, she good. Is that the water dragon? I think it is. Looking real nice there. Can I just... What am I supposed to do? Oh, am I supposed to keep going? Huh? Oh, where are we? We're not... Oh, cruel world, I'm too young and handsome to die. I was thinking that maybe we just wash out on the shore. Do you see what attacked us? It was huge. What the heck was it? Nobody told me something like that was on the loose around here. And what's if that she took off with others? Gonna give her a piece of my mind next time we meet. What? Oh hey. Huh? This man just jumped out of itself. I hate to see a treasure run off like that. After it? What? Go to land before he noms you. Who's slow? I mean, I guess I don't mind. Fucking stop, it's getting too much. Look, as a couple, I have an excuse, alright? Stink. Stink. Enough procrastinating, leaving house now. Go eat! Go eat! Very important, eat. I mean, I kinda want to order a fruit panda. Just for the fruit tea. I kinda want it though, and it's so hot outside. I kinda want it though. Ooh. I want to order it though. Ooh. Oh, hi, you're back. Oh, thank goodness you're safe. What are you doing? How come you didn't tell us about the monster? She has been telling us all day. Ishun, you're just so thirsty about that double melon. I'm sure I mentioned something about the water dragon, didn't I? You did. You totally did. You better not be trying to trick us. She's not. You are the one that's getting tricked by your own mind, Ishun. I was nearly eaten alive too, you know. But however did you get away? You're already a slow swimmer. Amy gets kind of sensitive about her flaws. Sorry. The fox rods. If they're not on that ship, then where on earth are they? If they are lost on the sea, the vast realm of the water dragon, there's no way we'll ever find them. See you and your two friends cry. Oh, see? Good music, by the way. Ooh. I remember it being somewhere around here. Inside here, and then there's like a little gap that's like very green. What was it you want to order it for? For myself. I want a fruit tea. Plus aloe vera. Oh, that would be so good. Now we got you cornered, you mallet. No treasure ever escaped from the Great Ishun. I'm gonna sell you to some greedy merchant and... Hey, wait. Check that out, Amy. Isn't this the place where the swirling mist is coming from? Humans chased you here for a reason, Mallet? Wait, I think I get it. The lucky Mallet can shrink people, right? You want to shrink Mamie here. Then you want us to go into that creepy looking hole, don't you? I don't know. Why would the hammerhead here want us to go in there? Still, it might be worth checking out, Amy. I mean, this palace has gotta be the source of that mist. If Queen Himiko's not gonna do anything about this mess, then it's up to us to find out the truth. Anyway, we haven't found a single brush technique in this darn city. How could we possibly pass up this palace? Okay, Mallet, we'll enter the hole. We'll enter the hole. Now come on and work your magic on Furball here. Ready to get hammered? Ready to get hammered? Bring it! Bring it! Now that's what I wanted to hear. Furball's all yours, Mallet. Hammer away! Oh boy. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Oh. That's rather tame. Alright, bye world. Tiny. Minnie, you're one of the people who orders food for the drink. Yeah, I love beverages more than food, to be honest. Buy me food, great. Buy me beverages, I love you. Oh, this place looks weird. You should see the look on your face. Big Ishun? Whoa! A few shakes of a lucky mallet reduces things to my size. So for clobbering people or anything, silly. Boy, I'll never get tired of messing with you, with your head. That's how you look like? Oh my god, you're so small. Huh? What's got into you? You forgot what I look like already? Now you listen here, furball. You better remember me this time or else. I'm Ishun the Wandering Artist. You got it? Ishun times 1,000. Oh, yep. Besides, I'm so dashingly handsome. Who else could it be? I don't know. But you see me in the new light now. Uh-oh. Yeah, that's how I feel. Yeah, that's right, Amy. That's right. Yeah, let's check out the palace. We're gonna find out what's behind that swirling mist. You may be no bigger than a dust bunny now, but I bet you still got a lot of fight in you. Maybe. Please don't ride on me. Oh, god damn it. Time's a wasting, but there's something you need to know first. I mean, this is like a brand new world to you. I'm here to help you when you really need it. For example, see the chest all wrapped in chains over there? If you can guide me to it with a celestial brush, I'll pull on over and snatch whatever's inside. Come on, let's try it out right here. I don't like this mechanic. I really don't. Guiding people to somewhere when the camera is like very far away, I cannot pinpoint like where to go. It's hard. Nothing stay in the way of my trusty steward Denkomaru. But listen up, I don't want you getting any funny ideas. I may be one mean sucker, but don't go launching me at monsters. I mean, I just might lose it if you did that. You have to clean up my bloody aftermath. Okay, now that's everything clear, let's go in. Okay. In case it were more annoying after, no. Hey! Oh shit. Whoa, that was close. Better watch out, Amy. Remember, you're no bigger than a dust bunny now. Better watch it or we'll end up on the bottom of someone's shoe. Now you know what I have to deal with. Anyway, the mist is getting thicker, isn't it? I knew there was something fishy about this palace. No, please don't. Please don't be more annoying. May argue less annoying since more experience. Oh. Spooder? Just Wiimote things. I mean, I don't know about controller. This is the YouTube thumbnail. And then replace the black with red. And then you have a YouTube thumbnail. And then thumbnail is like, Spooder? And with like exclamation mark and question mark all over. Huh. Oh shit. See that, Amy? That's what they call a blocking spider. Those nasty buggers just won't let you by sometimes. They normally leave you alone, but they can be unpredictable. Just watch their moves, better safe than sorry. Watch their moves? What do you mean? Bonkin feet? why'd you hit your right? Tired of walking or something? Well, big guy here doesn't seem to mind, so knock yourself out. Who lifts their leg like that, huh? Hey, what's that? Sounds like someone's crying. Oh, is that Himiko? Isn't that a jail cell? Someone's in there. But I can't tell who she is. She's got her back turned. They usually turn out to be ugly when they turn around anyway. Plus, we don't want to attract any attention if she raises a fuss. Forget about her, let's keep going. Dude, Ishun is so... Ishun is like a douchebag. Oh. It's a nice drawing. Well, I don't know what to do, but Bomb seems to do. I like Bomb. Oh! When in combat, Bomb. Yeah, true. Bomb seems that's the trick. Is this Spooder? I don't know what it should mean by watch its movements. Who moved their feet like that? Oh, I got debated. Can I get out of someone else's feet? I thought I can hit you right. It just drops me down. Guess I cannot do that, huh? Oh shit. Don't treat us like dirt just cause we don't like baths. I don't think we're gonna get by this clean freak. Oh, you're right, it's following me. Yeah, it's shaky cause Wiimote. Yeah, I get that. I used to play on the Wii as well. And yeah, Wii remote is just shaky. Very, very shaky. What do I do? It doesn't want to stay on the leg. I almost died. How fast? What am I trying to protect? I don't know. Got him. It was new if I remember correctly. Yeah, Wiimote is just very shaky in general. The sensor is twitchy. Yeah. I get that. But then I do love using Wii remote as a Mario Kart Wii. You use Wii remote to play Mario Kart Wii. It's like very close to being a steering wheel. When there was Motion Plus. Oh, I don't know anything about Motion Plus. Hello, is somebody there? Uh-oh. Hmm? Are you mallet bearers? It's hard to see it from here. Mallet bearers? What the heck are you talking about? Oh, who are you? Oh, just a couple of passerby. Are you that girl we heard crying before? Sounded kind of fake if you ask me. You're not some no-good monster trying to trick us, are you? What? Oh. No, at least I don't think so. I came to Seian City to sell some of my grandfather's bamboo ware. Oh, are you Kaguya? But the emperor who lives in this palace had me arrested. Your grandfather's bamboo ware? You are Kaguya. Is your grandpa that Mr. Bamboo back in Kusa village? You know my grandfather? He raised me back in Kusa village. My name's Kaguya. Oh my god, it's Kaguya. More like Beauty Kaguya. Wow. But I'm afraid that's about all I can tell you. I don't know why I've been imprisoned here. I don't even know who I really am or where I originally came from. What? Oh my god, Ishun. How could Mr. Bamboo is such a creep granddaughter? You just sit tight, we'll get you out. See, God, Ishun is such a douchebag. I mean, I will be a douchebag when it comes to dragons, I guess. Okay, maybe I'm not. I cannot judge. Is Motion Plus new to Wii U? No, she's Motion Plus is that non-ass version of tracking. Much more bearable and accurate. Oh. Then I'll come back to set you free. No, don't sweat it, you just sit tight. We're gonna search every nook and cranny of this place. And I'm gonna give the Emperor a piece of my mind when we find him. Ishun, you're not doing anything. I'm doing the work here. Don't you worry. My partner may not look like much now, but the verbal here is actually the great Amaterasu. See, Ishun is just like using Amy. Acorn? I thought I can do that. Going in. What? What's with spiders again? Games like spiders, do they? Why would the Emperor hide his treasure here? I could smell it a mile away. God, I cannot handle spooters. Check out that funny looking thing, Amy. That's what they call platform spider. You see, they just go back and forth like that all day. They're basically harmless, unless you stay on their backs too long. Some of them don't like it and may end up throwing you off. Oh, okay. At least they are not, like, scary, dangerous looking. I thought I had enough of spooters in Hollow Knight. All these spiders get any food if that's all they do. Whoa. Probably just like eat those who stood at their back for too long, huh? A flask? Is that considered treasure? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That's a blocking spider, Amy. Wonder why it got so bent out of shape all of a sudden. Now we're gonna have heck time getting out of here. Huh. Stupid spider. But don't do anything you regret, Furball. These nice little buggers just love to get in the way. They won't bother us as long as we leave them alone. Okay. It's hanging by a string. Do I need to go to a tall place to cut it down? Do I go in? Oh. Hey Amy, there's a strange mist in this flask too. But it's somewhat different from the mist outside. I don't know, it feels kinda comforting. It's a good mist here. You want me to go back outside? You just gonna leave this mist in here? What do you mean? Oh, do I have to blow it out? Oh. You're getting good at that one, almost too good. I don't know why the Emperor hid this flask here, but he shouldn't be hogging such comforting mist all to himself. Oh! New brush technique? Unless they react harmlessly towards the issue and wolf. I don't know. Is there a sheep? That looks like a sheep. Yeah. It's a sheep. It's a drunk sheep. It's a drunk sheep. Oh shit. Drunken fist? Slow-mo? Oh. Yeah. Now this is my kind of joke. Yes. Good shit. Amy, slow down, super. Yeah, there it is. Hasugami. Ah, Amaterasu, origin of all that is good and mother to us all. After our separation, I took to wandering the corners of the earth. Amy, slow down, Slooper. Slooper. Before long, I was sealed away here by a sinister power. Your arrival has broken that seal. Now I, Kasugami, grant you the power of mist. Glisten over all creation like fleeting dew. Drunken Fist? Caught all the hits. Oh, it's you? Oh shit. I mean, that's like you more, huh? So that's when the Emperor hid the flask like it was a treasure. Kasugami, the god of mist, was trapped inside. They say Kasugami can wrap the world in a thick mist that slows down time for all things. I really did feel like I was in a dream world with no sense of time. But enough of that. That's one awesome power you just got back, Amy. If the legend's true that Brushly can slow down... Oh! Any monster with a single stroke, even a blocking spider. Let's try that out, Amy. Oh god, I don't know how to talk anymore. I feel so sleepy, I'm sorry. Oh, okay. Just draw the mark on that's there on the flask. Okay, you can unwatch streams while moving to wherever. How much mobile data you have? 16 gigabytes? That's enough. The single They'll show that pesky spider who's boss. Cool. What? The blocking spider slowed down. That really is Kasugami's legendary time-slowing technique. Wow, Amy, you really packed quite an arsenal of techniques. Blocking spider should be a piece of cake from now on. We'll slow down anything our way, no matter how fast it is. I figured out something else too. The Emperor must have a screw loose or something. I mean, why would he possibly want to trap Kasugami in there? I bet it was everything to do with that swirling mist out there. What? Wind? Grass? Ooh! This one's fast. How are we supposed to attack it if it don't slow down? Oh, okay. Just 2 horizontal line would do. Oh, that's nice. I thought you always need to be staggered. Moisturized and stretch that bone. I will. Maybe I should order. I cannot to order a very nice coffee. You know, I'm gonna do just that. Let me go get my phone. It's time for Food Panda. I'm gonna go get Food Panda. Alright, give me a second. I'm gonna go get my phone. Okay, I'm back. Apparently, I received a comment on YouTube. I just read it. Very happy. It's like some people. It's like, hey, go! I just watched your video on Monster Hunter, and I have to say it was really well done. I could tell you put a lot of time and effort into it. I especially appreciate the way you broke down the different strategies and made it really easy to understand. As a fellow Monster Hunter fan, I can relate to your enthusiasm and passion for the game. I really enjoy watching your content, and I think others would too. Keep up the great work. I'll be sure to check out more of your videos. Wow. I was like, oh, hey, I received a Bahasa Malaysia. Like, ulasan baru pada Kushana looking real hot, woo. Mengulas video anda. It's like, okay, thank you. Well, I'm glad. Hell yeah. It was 23 minutes ago? Damn, that was like... I think Food Panda can hear me. I think Food Panda can hear me, guys. I checked my phone. And then there's a ad. Well, not an ad. A notification from Food Panda. It's like, Dahaga ke tu. Quench your thirst. It's like... Food Panda just like, are you thirsty? Like, hello? How do you know that I'm thirsty? I'm scared. You never said this before, but now I mentioned about I want to order drink, and then fucking Food Panda just like, are you thirsty? So I'm scared, man. I'm scared straight. Oh, this is self-promotion? But I don't know, they seem pretty nice. At least to me anyway. Maybe some form of self-promotion, but I think I appreciate that. Now they need to check the content. No, wait a minute. Chat time, dreamy blessing. Nah, I don't like chat time. T4, T-Life, T-Life X Sun Quick. What? Didnt? No lah. Lady. I mean, I personally prefer T-Life. I mean, T4 is pretty good as well. But like T4, does T4 is coffee? Let me see. I need coffee right now. Fuck, I'm so sleepy. It's insane. Oh, there's coffee. 酋长冰咖啡 Hetman Iced Coffee 芭蕾可可薄荷清爽奶 Oh shit. I mean, I do love peppermint. There's only like one coffee and it's not even like really coffee. 百香爱玉冰 牛油果奶昔 I don't really like milkshake, I guess. Oh, hi, Angelico. You brew your own? Damn, I don't know it. I don't even know how to do that. 风味茶花果条台湾小吃 There's no coffee for T4? God. I'm upset. Cafe Dong奶茶 milk tea with coffee jelly? It's coffee jelly? Your home barista? Oh, that explains it. Actually didn't know you were a home barista. That's pretty nice. There's only like one coffee drink for T4. I'm upset. Well, T-Life it is. At least T-Life is like 40% off. So all good. Alright, let me see T-Life. Combo Fikri? Choose any 2 coffee beverages. signature coffee, cappuccino, americano, cham, cocoa, aren, hazelnut, caramel, vanilla, brown sugar. What? Although I ran out of coffee bean at the moment, mostly drink without sugar anyway. And of course, since I brew it at home myself, I can get those expensive ingredients and then enjoy. I mean, yeah, that's a perk of being a home barista. But I just don't think I have the patience for it. Oh, it's just a coffee drink. I cannot add I cannot add things. Strawberry series. Limited time offer. Purple cha-cha smoothie? Purple cha-cha? Oh, sweet potato milk. No. Biscoff? Oh. It's not that hard. Take only 5 minutes anyway. I mean, you say it's not that hard. But for me, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be goddamn hard. Well, for me, that is. Iron palm sugar. Cocoa? Cocoa is not necessarily coffee, isn't it? Sorry, let me order drinks real quick. Well, by real quick, give me a few moments. Bang coffee. Signature coffee, latte, cocoa matcha. Black diamond coffee. Coffee smoothie, cappuccino, cham. Oh, this cham. Oh, cham is pretty good. But then I feel like bang coffee is not bad. Can add this. There's no snacks here. There's no sneak. Although I could maybe like order another one, question mark. Strawberry pearl smoothie, strawberry pearl milk tea, strawberry pearl milk tea? White cocoa smoothie with lotus Biscoff crumbs? Silky imported oat milk with lotus Biscoff? I don't know about Biscoff. I don't think I'm a fan of Biscoff myself. Maybe I'll get like a fruit drink as well. One coffee, one fruit drink. How about that? I'll order fruit drink for myself because I can. Even though like that's kind of sinful to do it. I gotta do it. Let's see, what do I want? Passion fruit sounds good. I mean, of course, I cannot show it on stream as well. One is that I'm doing on phone. Other is that Foodpanda just constantly shows my address, so I cannot do it. So too bad you guys cannot look. You guys cannot look at it with me. I'll do it like half sugar. Maybe even let's have slight sugar. Yeah, slight sugar. Slight sugar sounds good. Mix of pearl coconut jelly and sago. Oh, sago liap. Oh, wow, they have sago liap. Oh shit. Okay. Well, I'll order this. What voucher do I have? It says Pasta Panda. Oh. Oh shit, Pasta Panda just like reduced. It's a 10 ringgit discount? Shit, it went from 31 to 21. Oh my god, I'll take it. That's huge. Alright, now I need to like really listen to the honky honk. I don't know if anyone's at home right now. Yeah, I guess I'll do just that. Two drinks for myself because I can and I feel, even though I feel bad, but haha. Place order. I did it.
Honky honk, honky honk.
Honky honk, yeah. There. It has been ordered. I'm a bad girl. Always wonders why customer needs to be shown their addresses so much. Like, the customer should know that. Who is that for? Right? I know, right? It's like, why are you constantly showing my address? Like, I cannot show it on like any platform now because of like Foodpanda just constantly shows my thing. Oh yeah, also I hope you are doing good, Angelic Paul. Sorry if I didn't greet you. That's a huge one. Cool. What did I do? Oh, it's going back up. I now have the new power. The slowdown. Why am I back here again? You're right about the Emperor hiding treasure in this garden. Thanks to you, Amy here got under the brush technique back. Don't do anything dangerous on account of me. Please be careful, you two. Guess I still need to figure out what the mist is, right? I mean, I got the new power. I'm just gonna roam around and see what I can do. Oh, I can slow down. Oh, we just teleported here. Why do you keep teleporting? What kind of broom is he using? Or what kind of broom are they using? I need that teleportation broom. Is this a washer sauce? Oh, it is. I didn't mean to do that. There, okay. Somehow cutting it worked. Yeah, why? I mean, I'll take it. Go, 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 go. I mean, I didn't mean to cut it. Oh, wow. Dude, are you sick? Hmm? Hey, look over there, Amy. I forgot I should check the map for Foodpanda. There, okay. I'm gonna keep it open. So that I know when to expect the food to be coming here. Stinky. Isn't that the Emperor? I heard that he was sick in bed, but I never expected him to be the source of that funky mist. Now, how are we gonna straighten out this royal oath? I mean, we're still too big to fit through his mosquito net. Are we now? Got him. Let me just pee on the tatami. Pee on the tatami. Right? The enemies are tiny. The enemies are tiny too. That's weird. Another one. Heard you like bombs. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Come on, heard you like bombs. Smooth. Kinda mess up a lot there. Oh my god. Such cute faces. I'm terrified. "5 to 15 minutes," the order says. Almost got my hands on drinks. Ooh, that was close. 2 hours, 8 minutes. Is that bad? Oh, that's bad. Okay. Hey. Am I supposed to get in there? Well, I don't think so anyway. Uh-oh. Too late. Whoa, shit. Hey, I jumped, asshole! Oh my god, don't keep putting me back, I'm gonna die. I don't wanna die. Alright, I just picked up your order. Nice! Oh, good god, okay. Oh, the driver is coming my way. Oh my god, yes. I will have my drink soon. Me am excited. Oh, that bitch is fast. Check it out, Amy. The Emperor is directly below us. It's like the Royal Oath's mouth is just begging us to dive in. I don't see a mouth anywhere. This is where the drift annoyed me the most. I can see that. Is there a notification noise for everything? Pretty much everything. My ringtone is the Nokia Arabic tone. Oh boy. Are we inside the Emperor's body now? Wow, Amy, you are one fearless wolf. This should be the fastest way to get
When
rid of
medicine don't work, become the medicine.
Maybe. Oh no. Vore time? Oh god. Hey, what's this funny looking thing here? Oh, I know. It's that dangly thing that hangs down from the back of the throat. I bet if we tickle it, this Royal Oath would sneeze. That's probably our best bet for getting out of here. But let's save that for later. We're going the other way now. Alright. Oh my god. Why do I hate this? Oh my god. Well, what am I playing? Am I playing Okami? Oh. I wonder what's in there. I have a feeling we're in for trouble. You're not gonna turn back now, are you, Amy? Gonna turn back? No way. Oh, my delivery is here. Give me a moment. I'm gonna spoil myself. I'm gonna open up air conditioner as well. Oh, got the drink. Ichigo is doing a drink as well? Yay! Oh, okay. I got coffee. I got coffee. Let me get it. Whoa, why is it hot on the top, cold? Wait, no, it's hot on the bottom, cold on the top. Cool. Oh shit. That's kinda cool. What drink? This is Bang Bang coffee. It just says Bang Bang coffee. Good drink to you too, thank you. I'm having a good drink right now. Let me just get the straw. What do you guys think of paper straw? Because I personally feel like paper straw, I mean, it gets soggy afterwards. And it feels weird to drink it, to use it to drink. Never had a paper straw? It's like, not necessarily paper, but it's like, it's made of something paper. And I mean, it doesn't get soft like very quickly, but it would get soft afterwards, and it's like, ugh. It's weird. Oh, that is good stuff. Oh, that is good. 5 gram matcha to 40 ml water plus 30 gram to 100 ml milk-ish. Leap before you think. That's like my worst nightmare. Boss fight? Finally? Are you trying to make a holic drink? I mean, holic by itself already tastes pretty good, in my very opinion. Going in. Holic matcha. Oh, wow, holic matcha. Never tried it before. Oh yeah, also if I'm chewing the pro and I made some mouth noises, I apologize in advance, but I'll try to refrain from making too much noise with my chewing noises. No way, this is insane! That mist, it's alive, Amy! Is it no? Oh shit. How many sword? Blight. Under my control, this body breathes evil mist over city. And you, mutt, you dare attempt to clear the skies of my poison? Waging battle with me inside a human body will be no easy task. Even now, Gold Nail, the mighty sword, cries out for your blood. Come! Step forward so that I, the indomitable Blight, may cut you down. Come. What are you doing, Ishin? I'll step forward, alright. You're a real piece of work, Blight. Better say your prayers. You uncultured wretch! Be warned, we are in the very bowels of the Emperor. If we fight here, his body will not. Give me a break, a little action here will help him wake up. Come? Come. But never mind that, you are the one behind the poison mist. Possessing a human body may be an elaborate trick, but it ends now. With my supreme blade Denkomaru, I, the magnificent Ishun, shall rend that hunk of junk you call sword. Yeah, don't. I should blow the mist away, I think. Oh shit. Oh, maybe Cole, you go there? Touch it. Oh. How? Okay, thank you. Too late. What would I do? Oh shit. I tried. Slow down? Oh! That one sword is different color. I see, okay. I should heal. Hey yo. Oh, maybe I can slow down time and get more hits in. I should try it. Yeah. There we go. That was fun. Yeah, the music's really good. I love this one. We got him? Oh! Nice!
Confetti and medicine in wolf form noises.
Medicine in wolf form noises, yeah! Exorcism beads. Purifying rosary that contains the power of holy light. Oh! Blight, a disease residing within the Emperor's body and born of the intense hatred and evil of the cursed sword Gold Nail, was the source of the acrid mist that had plagued the capital's citizenry. But even a creature so despicable and full of hatred was no match for our intrepid heroes Amaterasu and Anod Ishun. Blight's defeat brought with it a lifting of the acrid fog. The Emperor, now freed of evil's influence, returned to normal. Amaterasu and the others had earned a brief moment of respite. How do you read that? Respite or respite? However, evil conspired to cut the tranquil scene short. Oh boy. From Gold Nail's defeated form rose a familiar blackness. The spirit of evil and hatred that had resided within the sword, black as midnight and deep as the sea, rose slowly skyward. Make no mistake, this was undoubtedly one of the foul spirits that dispersed from Orochi's broken body. Quickly and steadily it rose. Then it shot off towards the distant sea and over the horizon. It moved with purpose, as if to a rendezvous with a lost friend. Amaterasu and the others had no time to rest. If they were truly to restore the capital to its normal routine, they still had to deal with the threat of the water dragon. This tale is far from over. Hey you, aren't you forgetting something? What? You had it coming big time, gas bag. You aren't even in the same league as the magnificent Ishin. Well, Furball, that's that. How about one of those victory howls? Wait, I almost forgot. That babe Kaguya, my god, still locked up. Amy, seems Pop's still snoozing away. How about we just take control and make him unlock her cell? Can you do that? Why bother with waking him up to explain everything anyway? How do you even take control? Huh, you don't get it, do you? Watch and learn, my furry friend. Oh shit. Oh shit. First, I'll stir up his stomach like this, and then... Yikes! That's what you get, Ishin. Ishin just giving people diarrhea. Oh. What the? Hey, are you okay, Amy? Looks like we managed to make the Emperor stand up. Come on, we're gonna get this royal oath moving. Let's get him over to where they're holding Kaguya. Yeah, that looks about right. Hi. Your Highness, you are well enough to walk around again? That Kaguya girl was imprisoned just as you ordered, sire. But she's done no wrong, so I can't understand why. Not that I'm doubting your bountiful wisdom, Your Highness. Yeah, you better not, bitch. I am just vibing. Oh my god. Oh, hi. Your Highness, I know you have already refused to see a doctor, but surely it would be wise to seek treatment. Some people are even starting to say your illness is what's, not that I think anything of the sort, of course. Poor guards, they just meant well for the Emperor.
Normal walking noises.
Normal walking noises. Are you the Emperor? But if you're here, does that mean those two are... Oh dear, it's all my fault. How shall I ever apologize? Let's see. How about you start off by making me 100 dumplings? Huh? Just pulling your legs. Oh, that voice. You think we'll buy the farm that easy? The Emperor was being controlled by a nasty stomach virus. But we took care of it. They should get back to normal now. Soon. Now let's make this royal oath open your cell. Let's see. How do you even get the key? Oh, thank you. I thought I'd never get out of there. No time for chit-chat, bamboo girl. We freed the Emperor from that monster controlling him. But things are still a bit dicey around here. We're gonna hightail it out of this place. I suggest you do too. Now let's see here. Oh yeah, coochie coochie coo. Can I get a dragon to do that to me? Coochie coochie coo. Please. Oh. Hey, I can tell what you want to do, Amy. I agree. They'll make it feel like we've set things straight here. I mean, we've already freed that bamboo girl. Now, give all those victory howls to wake up the Emperor. Nice. Normal walking noises. Boing, boing. Yeah, that was a fun fight. Once I figured out what to do, that was pretty good. Emperor's a heavy sleeper, feels like it. Dominate the indomitable. Would you like to save the game? Of course! I wonder what's wrong with me. People say I took to my bed with an illness, but I don't recall. I remember meeting with a bamboo seller called Kaguya, and I remember a secret treasure for crossing a sea of fire. But I've totally lost my memory of what happened after that. It's almost like I was possessed by a strange spirit. Bah, talk about a troublesome emperor. But Kaguya is safe and all, guess we can cut in some slack. A white wolf and a curious bouncing ball. I have an uncanny feeling that I had a dream about you too. I must apologize to Queen Himiko for my unforgivable blunders. Himiko? Yeah, that's it, Amy. This city is a complete mess. And Queen Himiko's not doing a thing about it. There's no excuse for her just sitting around in her palace. Boy, am I gonna give her a piece of my mind. Ah, the lovely white wolf. For some reason, I seem to feel so relaxed when you're around. I have this peaceful feeling, as if you know me inside out. Oh, Emperor, that makes me feel uncomfortable. Don't say that, it makes me feel so uncomfortable. Oh, I know you from the inside, believe me. I'm collecting demon fangs, you know. Oh! If you have any for me, you can take some of my treasure. People will probably say I'm foolish for giving treasure to a wolf. But you're my lucky wolf. I'm certain some good will come of it. Surely you've collected lots of them, eh? What do you think? Would you like to make a swap? Yes, please. Marked with a mist crest. Allow transfer between origin mirrors. Teleportation? Oh, hey. Ah, Amaterasu, origin of all that is good and mother to us all. Our separation had weakened me. My power has scattered like mist. Your heart, pure enough to pierce the darkness, reawakened me. The seal of mist will protect you. My power has reached its peak. I hereby bestow upon you the power of Miss Rob. Miss Rob. Still like you though. Whoa, never expected something like that for a flask. Bet that royal oaf didn't even know what was in this thing. Now about Miss Rab, I don't know exactly how to use it, but the important thing is you get another technique back. Cool beans. Welcome to upgrade the most useful upgrade, teleportation. Veil of Mist Tech. Ouch, your wallet? It's okay. That was an immediate without checking anything else. Hope you like it. I don't know. Straight obsolete the coin? Yeah, feels like it. If you look closely, demon fangs seem to differ slightly. I'd like to collect each and every one if I could. What do you think? Do you want to swap yours for some treasure? Oh. Oh, I have 216. Sorry, I'm blocking it, but yeah, I have 216 demon fangs. Yeah, I'm okay. Draw a line connecting issue to an enemy to steal items. I don't need that. But I do like this. You're rich! I'm rich! I'm not rich anymore! But I'm gonna buy it anyway. Come and visit me again when you have more demon fangs to swap. Thank you, Emperor. This one, right? Make a cash offering and sleep on this mat and your wounds will heal. I don't need that. Steal items, demon scroll at bay. Maybe I can try to steal items. Ishun is so small. How do I even connect Ishun? Ooh. It's a cute chicken. Oh, he's so full of energy. Aw, Emperor. Emperor's kinda cute. Oh. Nice. Now that's money. Oh, another one. Is this Emperor's treasure that I'm just digging out? What? Hey. Thank you. Yep, there's more. Nice. Liquorware. These are all money. I'm a dog. Oh, is that Biwa or Shamisen? Shamisen? Oh. The Emperor is back to his usual gentle self again. It seems he was possessed by some kind of malevolent force. I'm worried about the strange air stretching across Nippon. I hope he hasn't headed for Saiyan City 2. Saiyan City 2. I mean, Saiyan's already, like, drowning. That poisonous air disappeared as soon as the Emperor got better. Maybe it had something to do with whatever was possessing him. Anyway, I hope everyone else recovers from the illness too. Give it time. I'm sure they will. What am I supposed to do? Whoa. Remember this path back when it was bigger? Honestly, wait, I never been here before. Have I been here before? Well, if it isn't the White Wolf coming out of the palace, that means you must have snuck your way in somehow. You did well, thank you. Thank you, I appreciate that. Hey there, Wolf, so you have snuck into the palace then? I had a feeling that you were in there, but I turned a blind eye. It was almost like I knew that some good would come of it. I'm not sure exactly what happened, but I do know that the Emperor is back to his usual gentle self. Oh yes, that girl Kaguya has been released safe and sound too. She came running outside earlier, looking happy as can be. Good to know. That's a really good music, by the way. You spent a lot of time in that place? Did I? Oh, you're right. I was in the lake the whole time? Oh shit, I just realized. I was in that lake the whole time! Oh, that's so cool. Hey, bamboo girl. What you doing spacing out here? I mean, you're free now. You could go anywhere you want. Oh, hello, you two. I hardly recognize you. You were so tiny when we first met. You suddenly cut a dashing figure at full size. You think so? Well, actually, I hear stuff like that all the time. No, Ishun. Huh? Oh yes, I met you too, Ishun. Yeah. Anyway, the city is a dangerous place right now. You should head back to your grandpa's house. That Emperor's fella got an eye for that treasure of yours, right? You should get away before others start sniffing around. Plus, your grandpa seemed awfully lonely, you know. Really? Oh, I see. That dear old man thinks of me as his own granddaughter. I would really like to return, but you're not his granddaughter? You mean your real family lives somewhere else? Anyway. you are not grandpa's granddaughter? Anyway. You should just go see him if you feel that way. I know nothing of my past. I don't even know who I am or where I came from. My first memory is of waking up in the bamboo grove. The bamboo cutter took me home where I was lovingly cared for. To repay his kindness, I helped him with his bamboo ware. If that's the case, then why don't you hurry up and go see him? I know nothing of my past, but I do recall one faint memory. I thought long and hard when I was imprisoned. It was then that I remembered being in a small dark room long ago. That's all I can think about now, and I feel I must get there as soon as I can. I cannot escape that feeling. That's a pretty weird story. I mean, you don't even know where it is where you want to go back to. Bits and pieces of my memory are coming back in flashes. Together they may form a vision. I see a royal crest inscribed in earth amid a grove of bamboo. I must go to Sasa Sanctuary. There, it shall all become clear. Okay, now we are following Kaguya? I guess? Huh? What's gone into you? I mean, first with the dark room, and now you suddenly want to go to Sasa Sanctuary? I don't know to where I must return, but I have this intense feeling in my heart. It drives me forward to my ultimate destination. It drives me to seek the royal crest. I must leave for Sasa Sanctuary at once. With that speed, I'm pretty sure you're gonna be there soon. Oh, she's not gone. She is not gone. How can she be gone with that kind of speed? Now you're just straight out lying to me, Ishun. How could you? Oh, can I bloom the tree now? Oh, that looks so much better. I guess I should bloom all the things. I should bloom all the trees. Hmm? Hey Hoodhead, what you up to here? Oh, it's Bunker! Oh, you're just in time to witness history in the making. Teleportation power seems to be very common. Feels like it in this game. Everyone's just teleporting around. Even a broom can teleport. I finally realized how empty the life of a sword collector is. Now I am hooked on the thrill of fishing. Will you not join me in my newfound passion? Sure. Oh, why not? We could afford to kill a little time. Let's psych ourselves up, Amy. Time to fish. I'm gonna fish under the Burger King. Okay, Amy, you got the basic idea, right? Draw a line from the pole to fish. Let's catch a big one. Yeah. Oh, the music is so nice. I love it. A shrimp. Yosh. Oh, it's a crawfish, sorry. It's a shrimp! The more you fish, the more larger fish will come. Keep it up. Continue? Yeah. Let's catch another Burger King. This one is fast. Wait, can I just do that? Yosh! Smelt. You're on the road, champ. Don't give up now. Yeah. This one seems big. Is this Gobi? That's Gobi. Oh, look at that lips. You're so... I recognize Gobi! Oh, that looks like a big one on the right. Oh, it's gone. Gibby. Oh. I think I heard something. Oh, this one is fast. Yosh! Black Bice. Black Bice. I'm gonna catch a... Is it possible to catch a heckin' Burger King? I'm gonna keep fishing. This is fun. Yeah, not Gobi. Sweet fish. Fish and sea? Yeah. Yeah. Whoa, that's a big one. This one. Ooh, whoa. This one is zoomies. Oh, this one is doing a zoomy too. Oh my god, I cannot. Oh, this one is difficult. What? That's one mad fish. Oh, I messed up. Uh-oh. Yosh. Roballo. I got Roballo. Oh my god, that's so big. Oh my god, every single one of them is so big. I want that one. This. No. The one above. No, that's the wrong one. They're way too close together. Come on, I want big one. Whoa. Are you an eel? Oh, it is an eel. Sure. This one looks big. Oh, another zoomies? Zoomies? Oh my god, you're zooming. It's a normal fish, trout. I think that's the waiting part of fishing. Not drawing lines when they're clumped together. Yeah, I should have more patience there. Oh, another Robalo. We got Robalo. Hi, Jay. Hi, Foxy Foxy. You love this game? Good, dude, this game. This game's great. Hope you're doing good, Jay and Foxy Foxy. Welcome in. Paladins? Oh my god, there's like a lot. There's like a few dragon skins I have in Paladins. Paladin is great. Not because not because of the gameplay, but the skins. Ooh, another big one. Another chunk. Give it to me, give it to me. Oh shit, okay. Oh. Oh, I'm getting schmixed. Nice. Hoochen. Got stuck on it now, so I stopped playing. Oh. I mean, I can kind of get how people can get stuck. I almost got stuck a few times there. But I think I have the help of chat, so I kind of cheated a little bit. Ooh, a koi fish? Oh my god, it's so beautiful. Yosh. Oh my god, koi is so beautiful. I don't know anything for Paladins, I've just been playing with friends. Yeah, I mean, me too. I play Paladins just because there was once that there's a few dragon skins for Victor and Khan, and I bought them. I've sinned. Just for the dragon skin, I bought the battle pass. So yeah. I honestly know nothing about Paladins as well, other than like it's kind of an Overwatch clone. Other than that, I have no idea. Doing fine. Also, I'm doing a tournament for COD Mobile, which mode was called Super Attack of the Undead, which are in the lobby of 10, and one player is chosen to be the infected, and the goal is to survive till the timer runs out. Ooh. It's like a zombie mode, huh? Sounds fun. Oh, that's a chunky one. See that? Oh, that's a big. Oh, he's doing a zoomies. Oh, that's a thick one. Oh, those are long words. Oh god. No. I'm getting schmixed. Yosh! That's a chunk. Mountain trout? Oh my god. Just a few more, just a few more. Whoa, that's a huge one! I want it. Oh yeah, look at the zoomies. Oh, this is gonna be so hard. I have to make it hard read. Oh shit. Oh, it's another one. Hyper strong bun. It's fine, it's fine. I got this. Yosh! They just keep getting bigger. Yeah. Okay, just a few more. Just a few more. Oh, that's not a big one. Let's wait for a little bit. They seem to refresh, right? Oh, there it is. Oh, look at that. The zoomies. Oh shit, that was too much. Another one? I think this is the best one. Well, I guess this is the last one then. Uh-oh. I'm getting schmixed. Oh my god, I'm getting schmixed. Oh, I'm getting schmixed so hard. Why am I getting schmixed by a fish? Oh. Okay, okay. Also, like a new soldier called Manta Ray Aquatic Adventurer. Manta Ray? Manta Ray is cool. I kinda like Manta Ray. They're flat, they're kinda cute. A little bit scary. Don't get stinged. Alright, that's good. I got so excited I forgot about everything else. You're right, we better get back to business. Thank you, Benkei. That was some good fishing session. Oh, what a thoroughly thrilling battle! I feel life itself pulsing through my rod. I have discovered my reason for living. Oh, good for you. Good for you. Dragon ride Manta Ray. I don't really want to ride the Manta Ray. That works. I don't think I ever need mermaid coin ever again, since I can just teleport from save point to save point. Running too far for teleport? I see your point. You're a persistent one, aren't you, but for whatever reason, the curse seems to have dissipated. There's still a sinister presence on the Yoshima coast, though. But we won't let it lay a finger on Queen Himiko. No, we guards won't let any evil get the better of us. Himiko's people all sound like a bunch of parrots. Maybe they can stand up to the evil of those monsters? But I bet they are no match for the brush techniques of the gods. Oh, am I gonna slow them down? Let's go! Nice. I am now trespassing as a dog. Hi. Handmaiden? Why, it really is you. Her Majesty Queen Himiko has foreseen your coming. You must not delay, please. Queen Himiko awaits on the top floor. Himiko's waiting for us? If you're really the one Queen Himiko has been looking for, even a boiling sea of flames won't stand in your way, will it? What is it supposed to mean? Uh-oh. Oh, hey! Just casually burn random people? Miss a suspicion of why credit card maybe makes you spend more recklessly. You get a big bill at the end of the month instead of seeing the account drain every purchase. Oh, that could be it, right? Yeah, totally. Like you don't see your money spent on the spot. That makes a huge difference. Wait, I didn't mean to. I was just trying. I was trying to go the other way. That's not shiny. But me, a kobold, going the way that's not shiny? Oh. Oh, okay. Oh. What the heck? What's all this lava doing here? You may be a god now, but you end up a crispy critter if you found this stuff. That Himiko's sure making things difficult. She must really have a good reason for wanting to keep people away. A lava here? I mean, the whole building is just gonna burn down, isn't it? Swimming time? Oh, oh, that's kind of painful. Woo! Okay, maybe I cannot do it yet. Maybe I should go explore a little bit. Yep, swimming time. Hi, Narix. Had good lunch? Bad swim. I'm sorry. Oh yeah, shake all those lava out. If I'm like oddly quiet, I'm chewing. I'll try not to make too much chewing noises to the mic. I don't want to make people feel uncomfortable. I mean, I would feel uncomfortable if I hear chewing noises. Because I personally hate the noise of chew, like people opening their mouth and chew. It's a it's a big no-no from me.
Choo 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 choo.
Choo choo? Choo choo train? Where am I? I'm gone? I feel like when I'm in playing Okami makes me realize one thing. When I first discovered that I like furries, like I discovered that I'm a furry. When I was very young, almost like middle school times. I realized I was so desperate for like games with furry characters in there, or like creatures in general. And then I just went on the internet, just searched for like what game has what characters in there, and let me look at it, stuff like that. And it kind of feels weird to me, how I was so obsessed with it. Just a little bit weird. Like, I was really obsessed. I won games with. How many dragons were? How many dragons were in this search?
Hello
Hmm?
and welcome.
Eric, hi. Hi, Eric. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Thank you for the follow. A big appreciate. Hope you're doing good. Also, I wasn't searching for any dragons. Oddly enough. I mean, to be fair, I was still really young back then. I didn't even know anything about like furry, and then there's like a scaly thing, stuff like that. It's like, huh. Gosh, how naive I was. I was so young and I was so young and innocent. It's so pure. But now, hey, to be fair, it's been like 10 years or some shit. I'm allowed to be this. Oh, it's this? I remember this. There we go. A koto and a shamisen. What an elegant room. But it looks like it's just used for storage now. Can I burn it down? Can I burn this house down? Burn to the ground? Burn to the ground? Burn to the ground? Oh, crap. I messed up. There, I must burn everything. We tested it once. Much less innocent now. Not that that's bad. Yeah, it's not bad necessarily. I feel like I was too... There's such a thing as too pure and innocent. Right, I cannot believe I'm saying this, but yes, there's such a thing as too pure and innocent. So instead of discover that on your own and try to find more via the internet, there's a story behind it. Something like that, yeah. What do you call it back then? There's like another term for like, not a furry, but but I believe in spirit animals and stuff. The Darians? Something like that? The Darians? I don't know. But they're like a group of people where they believe in spirit animals. I feel like back then I hear more about Therians than furries. To me anyway. But I feel like furries are much better. In my opinion. Hey, how did you get in here, Mutt? This is terrible. How did you get past our foolproof defenses? How can we let Queen Himiko down like this? Get out of here, Mutt. Hey. Rude. Rude. Oh my god, they're cheating. I should probably come back afterwards, huh? That's much more nuanced than my Droxy was rated furry story. Rated furries? What? Since when I rate furries? Have you noticed that the mist over the city has suddenly disappeared? There must have been some change in the Emperor. We'll take credit for that, thank you very much. Hey, wait, what about you, sister? Why didn't you try to help the Emperor? Couldn't your mystical power have located the source of that mist? I knew it, you and Himiko are up to no good. That was my mistake. But I'm just a priestess, you know. I can't go snooping around the Imperial Palace for no reason. Anyway, if you clear out that mist, then I offer my congratulations. So then, now that that's resolved, it's on to the next problem. All of what you've done so far is amazing. However, the water dragon is a much bigger problem. Oh, you don't say. The dragon looks really good too. I like dragons. No trading ships can get through. The city's food is running low. And the evil besieging our fair land still looms large in the shadows. Now is exactly the time we need them. If only we had the fox rods. What are the fox rods? I don't like Ishin. I don't like Ishin. Mostly when you end streams. Oh, that raid. Oh, I see. Okay, you know what? That makes a lot of sense. Although I did rate most are scalies because I have very personal bias towards dragons. Hope you guys don't mind. Gosh, I want it to be the morning. Wake up, everyone! Wake up! Wake up! It's 6 in the morning. And now it's 12. And now it's 12. Wake up! Time to eat breakfast and lunch together. How long did it take you to actually discover the furry part? I mean, I first found out about beast cubs. Yeah, I first found out about beast cub, and then I believe it was on one of the beast cubs videos that mentioned. Oh wait, no. I was on the search of Dark Lurker, and I noticed from Dark Lurker's profile mentioning something about furry and stuff. And then it was after that point I started to search up furries on YouTube and also Google, and also like by definition, what does it mean? And then in the end, the conclusion on my understanding of furry is that if I ask myself, am I a furry? It's like, yes, okay, yeah, you're a furry. It's very short. It's very simple, right? It's very simple. Like, do I like? Like, do I like animals with anthropomorphic things? And I go like, yeah. But you can like those and still not be furry, right? Ultimately, it's just like, if you think you're a furry, you're a furry. If you think you're not, you're not, right? It's a very personal thing, right? It's just like if you want to be or not, just like that simple. The cursed zone vanished along with that funky mist. Looks like the seeds come back to life. Amy, bet you never saw a happening place like this 100 years ago. This must be exciting for you, being from the country and all. Now, I know you just want to have fun, but don't go overboard. I mean, I don't want you to forget what you're supposed to be doing. Very confident? Something like that. Uh-oh. Huh. I still cannot bloom them. But yeah, it was after I discovered like what is a furry, and I searched it on YouTube, I searched it on Google, and after discovering more about furries and then like furry conventions and shit, it's like, oh, that's cool. And after a while, it's like, yeah, I think I'm kind of a furry. And then it was like two or 3 years ago, I figured that I have a huge obsession towards dragons and scalies in general. I just become a scaly. Like, I am now a scaly more than furry. Hi. Hello there, Mutt. I haven't seen you in a while. When the mist disappeared, the cursed zone vanished with it. Everyone here in Seiyan is thrilled. Anyway, business is slow to say the least. Have you been sent to do the shopping again today, Mutt? Yeah. What do you have? Nothing. Cut less? 10k? Whoa. Even Burger King is just 5,000. Oh, I can easily earn money with fishing. Scaly Woxley. Now the mist is gone, there are a lot of people coming and going. The water in the canal is clean again too. Maybe now the fish from Lake B1 will come back. That means there'll probably be people fishing here again. There are always delicious fish over in the aristocratic quarter. I bet there are already people fishing again over there. Anyway, I don't have much in stocks thanks to the water dragon, but business is business, and I'd like to sell what I do have. Have you been sent to buy something, Pooch? Yeah. Nope. I should keep one of everything. Yeah, you sell for more money. Ooh, so much money! You were sent to buy money. Yeah, you're right. I've been sent here to buy money. Cool beans. Is that Kushi? Oh wait, no, you're not Kushi. You are the one... Yeah, Camille. Hey, aren't you that wolf we saw back in Kamiki village? We traveled a long time to get all the way here. I guess you've been traveling yourself. I just about had enough of being on the road. It's a bloom fest. I cannot bloom these guys. Wait, I can bloom these guys. What the fuck? Wait, you guys saw that I cannot bloom one of them just now, right? And that's... yeah, it's this one. I cannot bloom that one. What I said just now, I cannot bloom that one. Hi. Blossom? That strange mist that was all over the town is gone now. But my father still hasn't been able to wake up. Rumor has it that it was the mist making everyone ill. So when will the gods make my father better now? All I need is medicine, that I could make him well. But I never have enough money to buy something like that. Herbal medicine. How frustrating. It's available nearby, but I can't get any. Don't I have it? Money. I think this one is like not available as well. Right, because it's stinky. Yeah, it's stinky. Huh. I mean, blooming it doesn't seem to work as well. Like drawing this. Maybe I need a full ink for it. Nope. Hi. What have I been doing? I've completely lost my memory since that cursed zone appeared. Well, that's one thing I do remember. I was on my way to the carpenter's house, so I was waiting for the ferry to take me there. And it's still not showing up even after all this time. I'm sick and tired of waiting. I don't care what I have to use. As long as it floats, I'll try anything to ride along. Oh, you want you want my lily pad? Oh. Here, Ji-chan, I can lend you my lily pad. Are you sure? Oh my god. A lily pad? Well, I suppose it's better than nothing. Come on then, let's go. To the carpenter's house, full speed ahead. What do you mean? Where's the carpenter's house? Speedboat style. Whoa! Oh, it's pointing. Okay. Let me just recover my ink real quick. Dude, that ink recovery is so huge. Oh, is that it? Alright, just a minute, mister. Let me regain my ink real quick, alright? You could just swim there. Like, they're so close. There you go. Ah, this is great! I didn't think a lily pad could get me here this fast. Do you make a funny story? You're welcome. I'm sure you didn't feel that tornado forming around you. Alright, where do you want to go? With the water flowing and the mist gone, everything's back to normal. I really had a strange illness. I had a really strange illness that pulled me totally out of action. But now I can try to patch things up with the boss at last. I can't waste any more time. I need to take a ride along the canal to get to the boss house. But the stupid ferry doesn't seem to be turning up. I need some kind of miracle to get me to the boss now. There must be a boat I can use somewhere. Ah, I see, huh? So you want my lily pad? I'll even write a frog leave. Okay, alright. Here you go. Here's your Uber or Grab. Your Grab is here. It's a miracle! Looks like this lily pad heard my cries. Now I can go to the boss's house. It's about time I started my apprenticeship. I don't have an oar or a sail or anything, but the wind and my enthusiasm should be enough to take me there. Are you sure about that? We have to go back? Okay. Whoa! Speed. Let's go. Lurk shopping stuff again. Alright, Pinky. Good luck shopping. There we go. I can't believe I managed to get here so fast. It's a miracle. My devotion to the boss is what did it. I'm pretty nervous about seeing him again after all this time. Now this is a fun minigame. Hey, do you do you need an Uber ride? Here, give me a second. I need to upgrade my ink. There we go. Now I have more ink. Hey. The cursed zone seems to have completely disappeared now, and there's water back in the canal all of a sudden. This must be the work of the gods. Now we just need the ferry up and running and give us rides. We rely on that ferry, you know, but it's still out of action. I want to go to the East Street, but it's hard to figure out how. I'll just have to find something that floats. Anything will do. Okay, I will give you anything. By anything, I mean a lily pad. There you go. Alright, where do you want to go? Well, this is just perfect. I don't know where it came from, but it will do the trick nicely. Time to set sail for the East Street. Alright. Back we go. This is fun. Oh, spin. Oh no, the spin's too strong. Oh, the camera is malfunctioning. Oh, spin? Oh, the ink recovery is so good. Oh. Hey, I hope you don't mind sailing at nighttime. It's a little romantic, but don't worry about it. You know, you and the wolf on the lily pad, sailing with the wind of the gods. I don't know. All good. Twisting this cord. Huh? What did you say? What a great trip! I got here so fast. And you don't have to pay anything like you do on the ferry. It's a perfect solution. It's not. You have to pay me something. Hey, where's my money? Oh, no more Uber drive? Alright. Hey, do you need Uber? I can't believe it. That cursed zone was enormous, but it's all disappeared. I'll bet it's because I worked so hard at my guard duty. Okay. The gods must have taken pity on me being all alone. I should take advantage of my good fortune. It's about time I caught that no good criminal once and for all. Hayazo. He's been out to his old antics again since the mist went away. He only operates at night. Is that Honkin? But I already got my food panda. Wait, I'm curious. Let me go look at it real quick. What's going on? I don't know what it is. But like, the gate's open. I have to go close it. He only operates at night though. It gets pitch black here, so it's impossible to spot him. So is that the reason that we just have to make it brighter? I suppose I just have to wait until the big lanterns are lit. The big lanterns are lit? Oh, you mean these things? No, that's one big brazier. They must use it to light up the road at night. But it's completely out now. Yeah, I need fire. There's not a single fire going on. Oh, hi. Hello, dog. How are you doing? The city air is 100 times better than it was before, eh? And I feel right as rain again. It's like getting rid of a curse. But there's still something bothering me. There's been a thief here in the city for a long time. He disappeared during all the fuss about that awful mist. But now that the city's back on its feet again, that no good lout has made his return. He works so quickly that no one has the hope of catching him. Another Hayazo? The lowlife's name is Hayazo. How do I know Hayazo's back in town if he's that fast? That's why you're wondering, right? Well, it's quite simple. I'm one of his victims. He stole my precious glass watch. I was here the other night and I noticed it was missing. I looked all over it, but it was too late. Someone bumped into me. It was so fast it must have been him. My precious glass watch, that wretched Hayazo. See, you might have just dropped it. I don't know. There's no single fire going on here. Ooh. Oh, what a worry that man is. My husband trying to come up with a fashionable new design. He's so absorbed in the next room, he won't lift a finger to help me. Now of all times, when that rumor has driven all our customers away. Maybe you could go and give him a good talking to, eh? Who? That rumor has been a real blow to business, I can tell you. Did you see the row of willow trees outside our shop? People say a strange ghost appears there at night. Not that it seems to do anyone any harm, mind you. Perhaps it's just my hubby's laziness that's bad for business. Maybe you could go and give him a good talking to? You mean here? Hi. Mr. Cheek. This is a real puzzle. Oh, hello, white doggy. Want to keep an old worry ward company? I run this kimono shop, you see, but I feel it's time for a change. I'm getting a bit sick and tired of seeing the same old colors. I was just trying to think up an exciting new design. Mr. Chick. The thing is, it's not quite as easy as I hoped. I'm at such a loss, I'm tempted to ask you for help, doggy. You could. Do you think you can help me come up with a new design that could catch on all across the city? Take a look at that kimono back there. I found that simply by staring at it, one can draw inspiration. Sorry, I feel like my brain is really bad today. It's really hard to read. Yeah, surely staring at it is the way to go. It's simple. Oh, that's a nice drum. do we go back to UU.W? Okay, let's do it. Oh shit. Well, what's what? Good heavens! How did the design end up appearing there all by itself? Maybe my inspiration worked on the kimono after all. Please don't use that. I messed up. If the design miraculously appeared for the kimono being stared at, then maybe my inspiration's taken on a sort of divine quality. In that case, I can probably come up with something even better. Here goes, you could lend a paw too, white doggy. Yeah. Okay, are you ready? Look hard at the kimono. Your head will doubtless be assaulted by inspiration. Alright, let's try again. This time, let's draw a little bit better. Big nose? Oh my god. It's perfect. It's perfect. It's the Yu-Woo. There it is, my vision right there in all its glory. An exquisite texture born of a primitive force. And another design original beyond belief. Cool beans, we're using this one. Alright, you're welcome. You mean outside of your house? Here? There's a ghost? Whoa, hey. Hi. Raiden. Hey. Am I right? Am I right in thinking that you can actually see me? Of all the things. So the ghostly Raiden is finally spotted by a living being. And it turns out to be a cute little doggy. Aye, you shouldn't be here. Lightning Ghost Raiden? Alright. Raiden. Why are you staring at me like that? Okay, so I don't have any legs. But isn't that normal for a ghost in Nippon? I was killed by a bolt of lightning, you know. It's great. I never get hungry, I never tire, it's fun all the way. There's just one problem. I realized that it's not always easy for ghosts. I mean, it can actually get a bit boring floating around every day. And no one can see me, so it gets lonely at times. Still, it's great fun most of the time. I should be able to enjoy using my spooky powers. Spooky powers? Can I like direct your electric to somewhere? Okay, I like direct Ishun to you? Oh. Oh hey. Blossom's papa. I wonder if he's okay. I mean, he still looks sick even though the mist cleared away. I don't believe it! Is that what I think it is, doggy? You got some herbal medicine in there, have you? How could a dog manage to get hold of something so expensive? Don't ask. I did not steal. Why are you looking at me like that? Do you want me to have it? Okay, I have no say into this. I don't believe it. You must have been sent by the gods, doggy. Thank you, thank you. Now I can make Pop better at last. All good, I guess. Oh, Pop, is the medicine working? Oh, please let it work. I just want you to wake up, that's all. I want to hear your voice again. Sputter. What? What? Pop woke up. I managed to make him wake up. I feel like I'm dreaming. Thank you, doggy. Thank you so much. No, I'm trying to... Blossoms. Cherry blossoms. Gramps, you awake? Ooh, that's a relief. Oh, Saiyan City's cherry blossoms in full bloom. If I am to die, I sure wish I could see them first. Huh? What's Gramps rambling on about cherry blossoms for? Want me to bloom all the trees? I mean, I was trying to do it, but then some trees won't allow me to bloom. Also, I forgot to check what you sent me. What you sent me? Whoa! What is that? Is that new Valstrax? Is that new Valstrax? Oh, I don't understand Japanese. 3月18号 Monster Hunter? Oh, Monster Hunter XX. Oh, it's a 6-year anniversary for Monster Hunter XX. Oh, okay, okay. Monster Hunter Double X, I think? Double Cross, whatever. The one that I never played. Hi. Momotaro? You're a monkey? Huh? Oh my god. I see you, you evil white puffball! I'm training to be a demon hunter. It's a game where you defeat monsters from Oni Island. But it's all just pretend. I'll be too scared to do it in real life. Hey, do you want to pretend to be my servant? You don't look like you take much notice of what people say. Would you pay more attention if I give you some food? Probably. You give me dragons, you have all my attention. And not that I have anything I can give you, mine. If only I have those millet dumplings Grandma made for me. I'm sure you love them, and then we could play together. I must have dropped them when someone bumped into me before. Is it that Hayato? Again? I don't know. Hey, don't tell me you need an Uber drive again. Her friend just never seems to turn up. What? I can keep doing this? I can farm things? Maybe if I cut this down. No? If I blow it? And blow the stick away? No? Gosh, what can I do? Like, so is this one. I'm a little lost here. Oh, it's still here. Oh, they updated this one. It looks a little bit different. Oh, why? Why? It's kind of nice. My grandfather used to sing that song all the time. It means there's an island that looks like a demon. It's going to bring lots of monsters here. It's scary. Have you heard of it, doggy? No, not really. Are you guys drawing this? Don't vandalize the floor, jeez. La la la. Drawing, it's so fun. What do you think, doggy? Do you like my picture? Huh? Oh no, I ran out of charcoal. And I was having so much fun. I want to draw another picture. I want more charcoal. Oh, is that charcoal you got there, doggy? Give it to me, give it to me, give me the charcoal. Show it to her. Show it to her. Hey, that's so mean. Oh, I want to draw another picture. I want more charcoal. Give it to me. Give me the charcoal. Sure. There. Yay. Thanks, doggy. Now I can draw another picture. Come back and see it, won't you? I'm just gonna draw another one of my design. It's a song that my grandma taught me. So one is grandpa, one is grandma. She said that scary monsters are born up in the northern lands. Northern lands, huh? I wonder what kind of place it is. Have you heard of it, donkey? Nope. Also, there's treasure here. I should definitely make use of some of my infinity stone. Is there a demon gate right here? Right in the middle of town? Oh, maybe if I get that demon gate, I can bloom the trees. I mean, probably anyway. Wait, there's no demon gate. Is there a shop? Hi, Mr. Flower. Oh, hello again, Pooch. Just look, the Anisea city is crystal clear today. And what a relief after the accursed mist that had covered the city. That no good mist withered all the trees I so lovingly tended to. But it's gone now, as you can plainly see. Sassy looks like her old self once more. The mist had hindered my efforts, but now I can do the Gura shuffle and make the cherry blossoms bloom. I learned it from a certain flower dance master, you know. Oh, is it? Is it Mr. Orange? I mean, you are Mr. Flower. Would you care to see the Gura shuffle, Pooch? Do not doubt my resolve. I shall dance when the time has come. But the city's wound are deep. If I did the Gura shuffle now, I doubt my strength would suffice. I mean, just look at the great cherry blossoms here on my roof. This is the sacred protector of Saiyan City, but as you can clearly see, it has been possessed by evil spirits. It would take considerable power to make such cursed tree bloom. I'm overwhelmed by the sheer number of them in the city. So I shall save my dance till the trees that are in process bloom. That way I can borrow the power of the profusely blooming blossoms. Oh, okay. So I need to find those that is not stinky and bloom them. Like this one. I mean, this one is stinky. Alright, time to find the not stinky trees to bloom them. Right, this one is stinky. Those already bloomed. Oh wait, I should save. Alright, this is stinky. So we have 2 stinky trees. The rest has been bloomed, kinda. Right? Maybe there's like one more that's hiding. Yeah, like this one is already bloomed. Over there. No? Oh, I think I know where that is. Okay. Hi. You have something on your head? The afternoon is so relaxing. I mean, everything's all ready. Now all we have to do is wait for the customers. Hi. Let me just eat the stalks real quick. Can I eat them? No? Looks like veggies used in cooking. I suddenly feel hungry. Me too. I suddenly feel hungry. Yama. Hello there, pup. You look like someone who appreciates fine cuisine. Proper diet is the key to life. Eat well and be healthy. I'm Yama, top chef in Seian City. Pleased to meet you. Fiery chef. What do you think about this huge pot in the giant stove? Impressive, eh? I invested every yen to my name into him. I had to get a special order for what I'm aiming to do. Ever heard of the tale about dead mushroom? There's not a single chef in the world that doesn't know about it. I'm talking about the legendary golden mushroom. I have it. It's in my key items. I've spent decades trying to master the culinary arts, but I've yet to make a dish that truly satisfies me. If only I could get my paws on... Oh yeah, you're a cat? You think you're a cat? Oh no. My paws on one of those golden mushrooms. I'm sure I could prove my true skill by making the ultimate dish. I already have this huge pot and giant stove. All I need now is a golden mushroom. Then I'll master the art of cooking. That is my dream. Huh? Could it be? Masaka? Is that... Nani? Is that the legendary golden mushroom? That sparkling gold color, that captivating shape. Yes, there can be no doubt. Where in the world did you find it, pup? Oh, man, never mind that. With that mushroom I could fulfill my dream. My dream to master the art of cooking. Please, pup, please, I must have that mushroom. What could a dog do with it anyway? I'm gonna hold it, it's shiny. But you don't plan on becoming a master chef yourself, do you? Won't you reconsider? I must have that mushroom. Here, you can have it. Really? Oh, thank you, you're such a good pup. With this golden mushroom, I will attempt to make the ultimate dish. My long cherished dream will finally be fulfilled. Oh, yes, the ultimate dish. I was so overwhelmed by emotion when the legendary golden mushroom came into my paws. Not a day had passed without my preparing this huge pot and giant stove for this day. And now the time has come. I shall wait no more, pup. Today, the fiery chef Yama will prepare the ultimate dish. Now watch carefully, pup. You may learn a thing or two. Behold, Yama's Super Deluxe Phantom Flame Stands. Oh shit. Sorry, I have no fire. Do you want a bomb instead? I don't have fire. The pot's not getting hot enough for the ultimate dish. I fanned so hard, but it didn't even come to a boil. Maybe I didn't stir it up enough air? I'm beginning to wonder about this guy. Hey, what's with that thing back there? Isn't it Mark of Moegami, the god of Inferno, drawn on it? Oh! Did he put that there thinking he could harness the power of Inferno to heat up that huge pot? Did you really expect the gods to answer his selfish prayers? A man must not give up once he decides to do something. That's why I'll try again right here, right now. Today, the fiery chef Yama will prepare the ultimate dish. Now watch carefully, pup. You may learn a thing or two. Jab, jab, kick, kick. That was 1144. Alright, draw. Didn't I do it? Did I do it? Oh, there it is. Oh. Oh, hi. Burb. Amaterasu, origin of all that is good and mother to us all. My power had diminished while you were away. But that man's zeal and your own pure heart have restored my power. I have harnessed his fervent energy to bestow upon you a new power. Unleash your wrath in a mighty fire burst. Alright, thank you, Moegami. I did it! My long-cherished dream, the ultimate dish is ready. I give you a rice stew eruption. Well, what do you think, pup? Pretty impressive, eh? Thanks. Fire burst! Yeah. Not bad, but we can't tell how it tastes just by looking at it. But enough about that. I never thought you'd get the power of Moegami here, Amy. Remember that mark on the wall? Draw that and you can invoke the power Inferno anytime you want. Use it to reduce those mean old monsters to ashes. They will know what hit them. Rice stew? Specialty of the house. Fills astral pouch completely? Nice. You now have one of the 3 brushes of AB's Elemental Super in MVC? Yeah! 1 out of 3. I haven't even seen Ice and also Lightning. I should talk to him. Come to think of it, I was so worried about the heat that I completely forgot about how the ultimate dish would taste. So I guess my study of the art of cooking must go on. I must continue until I fulfill my cherished dream. Alright. Wonk. The kitchen's no place for roughhousing, fool! Fool! That's right. What? Oh, I cannot bomb this guy. That's kinda sad. Oh, wait, now that I have Fire Burst, I can help. I can light out the braziers. Ooh, time to destroy everything. Hey, how was that hot? Was that hot for you? I burned the tree. I let out the braziers change the lamps one by one. I'll go fire burst after that. I didn't know... I couldn't find a lightning brazier, but apparently it's just like right outside the palace. I'm sure they're fine. That is so strong. That feels so strong. What? I had how many? Wait, how much do you use? Oh my god. It costs 3 at minimum. Depending on how big you throw it. This is for scientific purposes. That didn't cost as much as I thought.
Good day, mate. How's the game going?
Good day, mate. How's the game going? Game's going good. Hi, Tinkter. Why can I not light out this brazier? Thank you. Alright, I did it. Look, I don't believe it. The gods must have heard my pleas. The big lanterns have suddenly become aflame. This must be a sign from above. The gods must be telling me to catch Hayazo. He may have gotten away with these crimes in the darkness up to now, but there's no way for him to fight with all this light. He must be taking cover somewhere nearby. Now it's just to lie in wait until he shows his face. Who's Hayazo? Looks like a dried out pond or something. I wonder where all the water went. Well, I can... There you go. Are you hiding behind this rock? No? Whoa! Whoa! Hi! Huh? Amaterasu? Huh? How'd you know Amy's name? Oh, that little bouncing guy with you too? Well, Captain Waka did say you guys were inseparable. Who are you calling Lil? Wait a sec, did you say Captain Waka? Oh, fucking Waka. Oh my god. That imbecile's a captain? We were under Captain Waka, and he reports directly to Queen Himiko. We're the Tau Master Special Investigation Troop, but you can call us the Tau Trooper for short. Oh no, wait, Waka works under Queen Himiko? Then Himiko is bad too, because Waka is terrible. Tau Troopers? I don't know if I like the sound of that. Yeah, I don't. This is our headquarters. But Captain Waka is on a special mission right now. He told me about you too before he left. And he said you could inspect our headquarters if you wanted. But I knew that how Baked Prophet was up to something. He knew we were coming. I bet this place is crawling with traps. Keep your eyes peeled, Amy. Yeah, I will. Going in. Oh, this is terrible. Just terrible. Hey, what's wrong, Chief? Listen to this. I've always been fascinated by Captain Waka. That's why I trained so hard to join the Tau Troopers. I'm still considered a new recruit. Oh. Novice Tau Trooper, Abe? You actually care about that half-baked prophet? This is terrible. No, that's not what I meant. The terrible part came after I joined. I'd only been in the Tau Troopers for a few days when I lost my Tau mask. Each member only gets one. Tau mask? Oh, you mean that thing the other guy was wearing over his eyes? What's the big deal about that? It is a big deal. The captain's going to skin me alive if I don't find it. The halfback prophet has sure has some weird hang-ups. I went out for a walk to show off my new mask to everyone. That's when this strange man... Ah, even you got stolen by Hayazo. Oh my god. Who the fuck is Hayazo? He must have stolen it right then. How could you not notice someone taking a mask right off your face? Yeah, that's the thing. I can't believe I lost my towel mask. Each member only gets one. Skin me alive, Would you fail my searching around the city for it? I can't leave my post, and there's no one else I can ask. You must help me, please. If you find it, I'll tell you a secret about Captain Waka. That Captain Waka is a terrible, terrible man. I know that already. Why is it so high tech here? Like floating screen and shit. Who is Waka? Why is it so high tech? Who could trust anyone that secretly uses something like this? Yeah, why is Waka so high tech? Is Waka from the future? That's why Waka can like can fortune telling? Like Waka doing fortune telling because Waka is from the future? Shit. He's not? Oh shit, okay. Well, guess I'm too far off. That doesn't mean that I like Waka still. No, I hate Waka. With a passion. Alright, off I go. Treasure, treasure. Aha. That's a cute horse statue. Looks like a duck. that horse statue looks like a duck. How do I see my items? Oh, there it is. Oh, there. Looks like a duck. The horse looks like a duck. Oh my god, red is so cute. Oh my god, it's the red. Oh my god, sheep is just... Oh my god, why is it so adorable? Crystal, pearl, monkey? Ooh. Rooster? Oh my god. Rooster's cute. Where's my dragon statue? Kutani pottery. Ew, it gives me goosebumps. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, you know when you jump from high places and you look down, that kind of feeling. It feels like I'm getting pulled from behind. Ooh, that's a weird feeling. Hey, where's Hayazo? Guess I'm just trying to find Hayazo at this point. I mean, they did say that Hayazo is like hiding, taking cover. No! Oh my god, why is it morning already? Oh my god. Now I cannot find Hayazo. What the fuck? Okay. What? I'm sure you would like to see the Gura shuffle, but I shall save my days dance till the trees that aren't possessed bloom. Just 3 more to go. If I can borrow a little power from each tree that blooms, I can drive out the evil spirits that make the city's tree bloom. Oh, just 3 more, eh? I believe it's not in this place anymore. Maybe I should go somewhere else. Ooh. Still can't believe Waka is so high-tech though. Why is the only one? He's like. How do you know about those? I mean, those are computers, right? I don't think in the Okami universe, computers still exist. I don't think computer exists in this universe. I have to say the music's really good. Oh, it's all around here. So I guess I must have missed something in here. Yeah, so it's all in this one single map then. Oh, the sun. The sun is already shining on my face? That's kinda quick. Time? 5:35. Yeah, that's kinda quick. Spacey? Hi! Monster Fiesta Body Block Squad? What? What is Monster Fiesta Body Block Squad? Oh my god. Hi. Oh my god. Give me a moment. How are y'all doing? Franken, welcome in. Welcome in, everyone. Sorry, give me a moment. It was a weird night to put it like. I mean, Monster Fiesta Body Block Squad, though.
Hello, and welcome.
That was a mouthful. Welcome in, everyone. Also, I'm honestly sorry, so I'll be lurking while I cook. Oh yeah, sure. Please, take care of yourself. It's very important. Go Cooked, thank you for the raid. Big appreciate. Also, all the follows. Breezing Wolf, Chess Lupine, Toasty the Fox. Thank you. Welcome in, everyone. What are you playing? Old school RuneScape? Oh. Stink! Stinky. Dragon Denton? Oh, thank you. Welcome in. How was old school RuneScape though? I never really played RuneScape myself. Stinky, oh my god. Yeah, welcome in everyone. My name's Tira. I'm a kobold. Hi Phoenix Griffon. I'm sure I missed a bunch of chat here, I'm sorry. But welcome in, hope you are doing good. My name's Tira, I play a bunch of games, and sometimes I do art occasionally as well. Like this model right here. I do 3D modeling most of the time when I do art. I do draw some emotes from time to time, but not as much. So yeah, hope you guys had fun with Space Scene's stream. Also, I'm playing Okami. This is... I think I'm in... Yeah, this is the city act, I think. And I have no idea what I'm doing. I'm trying to find the trees that I'm trying to bloom. But I just cannot seem to find it. So yeah, I hope you are doing good. Also, you guys are in for a treat. Look at this. I don't know why. So I drew this on the mask on the previous act before I fight the Orochi. And then apparently this drawing is everywhere in this town or in this city. It's like, oh my god. I don't understand. The drawing is famous somehow. Gosh. One skillfully crafted saw. I bet there ain't a tree it can cut down. Sure. But yeah, I've been playing Okami for a while now. This is like 4th or 5th session already, I think. Okay, just 3 more, huh? Maybe I should use a lily pad. I mean, I guess I can try traveling around like this. There are like these dark trees that's like stinky that I cannot bloom them? I mean, honestly, I could just walk around. It's much faster this way. Yeah, something like this. I cannot bloom them. Yeah. Ay. I mean, don't mind me getting stuck here for a little bit. What? Is it almost nighttime already? It's kinda fast. I mean, there's no way a tree is here, right? I don't think the tree blooms inside. Oh, hi. Boss, please, boss. Surely today's the day you'll say yes. I know I'm weak and useless, that's why the mist got to me. But no one could be more passionate about work than me. Please, boss. Please let me be your apprentice. You hopeless dreamer. How many times do I have to tell you that I don't take apprentices? And yet you still keep coming back and pestering me. Very well. I'll work you so hard you won't know what's hit you. Boss. Yes, boss. Oh, that's kinda cute. It's like the classic. I don't take apprentices. But I'll make you work so hard you wouldn't know what the moon is like. And thank you so much for letting me be your apprentice, boss. I'll learn absolutely everything you've got to teach. You big buffoon? Why are you chattering on about? Sorry, boss. So I guess she's just a little bit... Tree. I mean, there's only a few that's like stinky. You cannot bloom them. I don't think this willow tree can bloom, can they? No, right? Yeah, no. Hey, do you need an Uber drive? Yep. It's time I travel out to the East Street again. It would be foolish to expect that thing to show up again. I really doubt I'll be that lucky. I mean, I can always try. Oh no, there it is again. Well, this lily pad should be comfortable enough. Time to set sail for the East Street. Okay. Guess I'll do it. Alright, I'll do it. Have I ever mentioned that this game's music is absolutely amazing? Probably multiple times already, but man, this game deserves more credit. Like, it's crazy good. Oh. Alright, lady, I hope you don't mind taking a nighttime taxi, huh? Oh boy, oh boy. Gonna hit the hey, good night everyone. Alright. Good night, Foxy Foxy. Thanks for stopping by. Appreciate. Nighttime lily pad ride, huh? A romantic. What a great trip. I got here so fast. And you don't have to pay anything like you do on the ferry. It's the perfect solution. Could you please pay me something? Oh, you did? Okay. You know what? That's good enough. Alright, where is this Hayazo? There's no stopping me now with the light in those big lanterns. I won't let you have the run of the city much longer, Hayazo. Taking cover somewhere nearby. Somewhere nearby? Taking cover somewhere nearby, huh? Like, there's no way a man could hide inside the rock, would it? Right? I mean, sure, he did say nearby, but I don't think it's gonna be that close. No! No fucking way. Okay! I guess. You found me, not bad pal, not bad at all. Let me introduce myself. The name's Hayazo, Master of Thieves. I was born to pick pockets, you see. They say I even picked a midwife's pocket when I was born. Nice to meet you. Well, you seem awfully cheerful for a thief. Master of Thieves, Hayazo. Master of Thieves? Yep, but picking pockets ain't my only skill, you know. I can run fast, even faster than a wolf. Huh? You say you can take us on, mister? You may be a master thief, but Furbo here is a master snatcher. No matter who it is, this furry snatcher just gets the goods. Especially from sleazy thieves like you. Hehehe. Think you can take something from me, do you? Well, no one can match my vanishing act. No one ever has, no one ever will. Mess with me and you eat my dust. Eager to take me on? Well? Your toast, Hayazo. Don't put words in my mouth, I didn't say I would do it. There's no escape once Abby here sets up to some prey. Go ahead, give it a shot. You're no match for the skill of Hayazo, Master of Thieves. First one, then two, get them in order. I split apart and take off in a cloud of dust. Oh. I don't have... I don't have ice. Do I just bonk him? No, right? Oh, first one, then two. So I need to bonk the blue one first. No? Bonk? I cannot. Oh wait, can I cheat? Oh my god, they even broke through my mist. He truly is the Master of Thieves, oh my god. come back here, please. Just let me bonk you. I almost bonked the wrong person. Am I not bonking them? What does that even mean? Matches color? Well, LB, you got some impressive skills. But that's not enough to defeat Hayato, Master of Thief. Match the color? What do you mean match the colors? What do I need to do to match the color? Fire? Ice? Huh? I don't get it. I'm gonna try it. What a coincidence, me expected to see this quest. Rihoi hoi Pinky, welcome in. Shopping trip went well? Still think you can get the goods back from me? Give it a shot. Vanishing act, okay. First one, then two, get them in order. I split it apart and take off in the cloud dust. Oh! Slash one. So I need to slash this. And the second one is water? I need water nanti dulu Hey. But is that not it? No, shut up. I can't believe he could escape from a guard. Not bad. But listen, Amy. Your celestial brush is just begging to take that thief down. You know, first one, then two. Get them in order. I know, but did I do wrong? I did. You did a power slash instead. Did I? That's kind of sad. Went well, but a lot of low calorie food. Nice. That's good to know. Hey, let's try again, mister. So I messed up the brush then. Water? Slash? Okay. I mean, there's water here. Okay, that's one, and then just... a speed run! Get out of here! Speed run! Oh. Fiddlesticks! Is this where you got this, Pinky? Fiddlesticks! Oh! Wait, is this... Hey, samurai, is this your glass watch? So fast, way faster than you. I mean, I know what to do. The fiddlesticks. Hmm? Oh, it's you, dog. What's that you got there? Surely it's not my precious glass watch. How in the world did you get it back from Hayato? You must be some kind of miracle worker. Kinda. I mean, Amy's a god, so yeah. Took me a few lapses to figure out what to do. I mean, I did that as well, so yeah. It's impossible. He's just too fast. There's no way I can catch up with him. I guess I'll just have to pretend I didn't see him. Don't do that! You need to run faster! Come on, man, jeez. So that's it? Huh? So that's it for Hayato? Okay, then I need to find... the trees. Mr. Flower did say there's 3 more, right? We didn't see it, so it didn't happen. You knew to do what to do in less than 10 feet. No way. That didn't happen. Oh, that didn't happen. Oh. That's 2 more. I want it to be the morning. I want to listen to the music. Hey. Just 2 more? Okay. Gosh, I just have to keep running around. I feel like I'm really terrible at finding things. Which is also why I didn't play Dead by Daylight as well. I mean, I did play it back then. Like, 2 years back, I believe. I only played for a little bit, but it's just like, I'm too bad. I'm too terrible at finding things in general. Like, me as killer, I cannot find the survivors. And me as survivors, I cannot find the gens. Like, I can't even see them. So like, which made me kind of stop playing Dead by Daylight. But don't get me wrong though, it's a really fun game. I personally liked it. Oh. Hey. Generator should be memorization. I mean, that being one, but like, even if a gen is like right in front of me, I can't even see it. That's how bad of a perception that I have. Oh. Man, I want to play Neo tomorrow, but at the same time I want to play Pokemon Scarlet. Oh, I'm so addicted. Like last night I have to keep telling myself that it's already 2, please sleep. Oh, it's insane. What's with these carelessly stacked tatami mats? That rush straw sure has a strong smell. Oh hey. Learning that should help a lot with playing both survivor and killer. Me's blindly guess. Me blindly guess. As a survivor, you know where to go. Once you know that, you know where survivors wanna go. Oh, that makes a lot of sense, yeah. Oh, so much shiny. You've been infected with Neo as well. A friend played 157 hours. That's 2 weeks? 2 weeks? Man, yeah. I mean, it's only fair. Neo is such a fun game. Like, the combat and everything is so satisfying to do. Oh, nice! I don't think I'm a glass cannon anymore. Now I have too much solar energy. How much was that? 5? Yeah, 5. If you're of the day, me peaks, they're playing it. I mean, that might be me if I'm not working. Yoshi is still very cute, but 5? But 5 though. I'm gonna be here for a bit. Oh, hey! Oh, hey! Dang, they're just hiding treasures everywhere. You're basically a less strong Danger Mario. A little more HP now with the power. But I thought I'm pretty strong. They were rich. Now I'm rich. Now we're rich. Hmm? Oh. It's just a sign. I can't seem to find any trees. There's 2 more, Mr. Flower says. Like, other than the few stinky ones that I found, gonna help Mr. Flowers at all costs. I mean, not that I have anything else that I want to do. I don't think I can go against Water Dragon for now. Like, I'm not seeing it. There's no way they're up there, right? No, flowers sometimes need water. I mean, true. Huh? Is it inside your house? Moisturize? I'm gonna moisturize my coffee. No fucking way. God damn it. But I still need 1 more. Do I have to check everyone's house? Oh, that's rough. Alright, time to barge into everyone's house. I mean, as a dog, should be fine. Oh my god, it's nighttime already. Why so fast? I mean, there's nothing wrong with going with nighttime, but nighttime's just so quiet. I want music. Robbing people of their buried goods while saving them? Sounds about right. Oh yeah, the ghost. I mean, I still cannot do anything with the ghost currently. Not that I know of anyway. The ghost is like, what, Raiden? As if I'm playing Mortal Kombat. Yeah, so Gramps wants me to bloom all the trees. I just cannot find them. I mean, I did find one more. The last one, oh my god. Oh, hi again, Roxas. Which house can I go in? So, what? What? So, I did it already. No, I want it to be in the morning. Give me morning. Oh my god. You guys are already here. Okay, just one more tree. Could it be inside this one? I mean, I've been here. I'm here when I hear. I mean, okay. Yeah, no tree here. Why are you licking me? Can't stop me from clicking the link. Would that kind of double the viewer? That would be kind of weird, would it? A friend bought me here. How you doing? Yeah, I'm doing good. I appreciate that friend that brought you here. Totally not old viewer. Okami. I'm gonna cry. Unless there's a tree here. Oh. I mean, these are all woodware. I used up all of the ink gun. How much was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9. That's 9 ink brushes. Cool beans. Can't do that again. That was 6. There's only one more. There's no way that there's no way it's in the Waka place, right? I guess never hurt to double check. There's always one more. Yeah. Expensive. It's quite expensive, this one. But it's fun to use. I get to burn everything. Any tree? Any tree? Now that's an impressive statue. Wait, I take that back. I don't want to compliment that guy's stuff. Same. Same. Yeah, playing all my favorite games. Sadly couldn't muster the patience to finish it due to Joy-Con drifting. Oh wait, you play on Switch? Okami's on Switch? Who did you choose? Scarlet? Do you have to... Are you sure you don't know who I chose? Are you entirely sure that you don't know who I chose? I don't see a tree here. Oh wait, weren't you trying to find a mask? You probably chose the duck. You chose the plan. You guys chose... No! Reptile though! I like reptile! Come on, I need them reptilians. The reptile... No, plant! No, don't force me into choosing something else. I already chose Fuecoco. I already chose Fuecoco. Fuecoco number one. What the duck? I mean, what the duck looks great, but it's not as great as Fuecoco. In my very opinion. Take it with a grain of salt if you will. I love Fuecoco. I seriously cannot find the last tree. Oh, I'm not gonna draw it. Nudie follows you when it didn't happen. Is the bit still going? Hey, how come you're not standing up straight? Your personality twisted so your back is too, that's why. Oh, 你们记得？哦，是哦，那时候你跟我讲了，好啊。我还没有好哦。啊，OK 吗？啊，可以可以。What? They're going for sushi? Sorry, boss. Does that mean I have to stop here? I want sushi though. I still can't find this one tree. No way. Oh, sushi, yummy. Yeah, they're going for it. I cannot believe it. All of a sudden. Oh boy, oh boy. I kinda want it, but at the same time I want to find this one single tree that I cannot find for 2 hours. Well, not 2 hours, it's an exaggeration, but still. I'm not that bad, am I? Or is it that... Like, I seriously cannot find it. It's a bit of a problem. Ah, yeah. I mean, I could try to find it next time. Maybe I'll be more clear. I mean, I've been here for a bit, and I feel a little bit hungry. Yeah, just a little bit hungry, you know. Maybe it's a good idea to go get some Didnt. Let me just cut everything real quick. Tres. Oh, is that like the solution? So let me burn everything real quick. Are you okay, mister? I might have to find it next time. Because they're going for sushi, I kinda want it. Yeah, that was almost half an hour here. Half an hour! I cannot find a single tree! Oh, oh gosh. Yeah, this one is stinky. The video contains the entire quest, so spoilers after the blue moon. I mean, I guess I won't watch it for now then. Since maybe on the next stream I'll watch it, because I do plan on stopping here. You know, I'm gonna get that delicious sushi. Unless I can burn down all the tree and bloom them again. Does that count? Okay lah. I think I'll stop here for today. Tomorrow I'm gonna be doing Neolo. I'll think about doing Scarlet someday maybe. I just need to figure out how to project, like how to stream with a Switch is all. I just got my Switch like a few days ago and I'm already planning to play Scarlet for days. Oh. Me and addiction doesn't go well, but man, do I love... You have a Discord? I think I do. If you type !Discord, I'm sure it will show... Wait. I'm sure it will show the link. Why are you wearing that? Is that the trend? I'm gonna cry. Okay, all good. I'm gonna stop here for today. I'm gonna go get dinner. Oh, I pressed the wrong thing. Nice. Like recently I've been playing Hollow Knight, and then this, and then Neo. It's like all very story-driven game. Only 26 hours? I mean, 26 hours is like a day? Yeah, there's a lot of things happening in this game. This game's huge. Also, and big. Let me just make myself big real quick. I'm still doing this manually. I should have set the camera angle, but I didn't. Here, okay. Very manual. May you enjoy your dinner. I will. Thank you. I'm gonna go get dinner really soon. Let me just open out the classic Shinsu Field. Yeah, there it is. Oh my god. Hollow Knight, you play so many of my favorites. Is the bit still going? Yeah. That's your favorite game? I cannot believe it. The coincidence. Right, let me see who to raid. Right, who do I want to raid? You play funny games too, but you're from Malaysia. So much ping. Yeah, the curse of being in Malaysia and liking fighting games as well. Pain. Just a little bit pain. I kinda want to raid Didnt. I wanna raid Didnt. How long have they been streaming? 6 hours. 6 hours. Oh, they're playing Team Rock Galactic. Okay, let's rate Didnt. I'm gonna rate Didnt. But before that, I'm gonna plug everything. I mean, you already plugged Discord, right? Let me just summon Bernie real quick. Hey, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. And also on my socials. I have my Dying Bluebird app, a YouTube channel where I just keep my VODs in, and the throne. I mean, I should look at my throne. I haven't been updating the throne. Ugh. Maybe don't look at it for now. Thank you for stream. Was great. You get a new regular today. Gosh, I have double pinky now. The double pinky. Yeah, I think I'm gonna be... Yeah, tomorrow same time, Neo. I'll try not to be late again because lately I feel like I've been late for most of the time. I feel bad. I'm sorry. I'll try my best, alright? Let me just type in the rate to Dither real quick. I wonder if they're still... Are they ending? No, right? I mean, I don't think they're ending. Yeah, it should be fine. Rate all caps. Always loved Ditherkin's stream. been lurking for a while. Okay. Dither good bean. Dither is very good bean. Okay, I typed in the rate. Hopefully I didn't spell it wrong. I should have just copy and pasted it, huh? The Kobo brain strikes again. Alright, I'll go do mama. I hate you. Alright, all good. Ending? Yeah, I'm gonna go eat sushi. I mean, apparently my family is going for sushi, so why not join them? You want unagi? I used to love unagi, but now not as much. I like raw salmon with a wasabi. I mean, I just love wasabi, I guess. Anything plus wasabi is like pretty good, in my opinion. Right, it's pretty good. I love wasabi. Okay, I'm gonna rate Dither. So, before the raid, I'm gonna say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Oh my god. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. You guys are amazing, right? Now that you guys are all valuable, right? Very loved. You guys are all valid. You guys all matter. Yeah? Good to the rule. Alright. That's mine. Okay, here comes the rate to Dither. Boop. Be safe, everyone. Love y'all. Rate to dinner. Oh, I forgot about compatible. Thank you. Narix, you hear too small. Is the bit still going? the bit is still going, huh? All right. we love the bit, right? We love the bit. It's a good bit. Oh. Oh shit, I forgot. Yeah, rate message. Sorry, I'm just getting so hungry that I forgot about it. I'm just gonna do corporate say sorry, yeah? I mean, feel free to join if you want to. If you guys have my email, feel free to use them. If you guys don't, it's totally fine. Me loves this so much. Yeah, use whatever email you guys have, it's totally fine. Man, looking at someone else playing Deep Rock Galactic makes me want to play it. It's been a long time. It's been a long time. Maybe someday I'll go back to it. Who knows? I don't know. Okay, nah. I'll see you guys all tomorrow with some Neo. Be safe, everyone. Bye, 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 bye. Why are you bonking?